I declare open this public hearing of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Resources, inquiry into food and beverage manufacturing in Australia. I acknowledge that where we meet today is the traditional land of the Wurundjeri people and pay my respects to elders past and present. In accordance with the committee's resolution, this hearing will now be broadcast on the Parliament website, and proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I also remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now welcome representatives from La Trobe University. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? You start.
Good morning, Alison Angleton. I'm the Director of the Research and Innovation Precinct at La Trobe University.
Good morning, I'm Chris Pakes. I'm Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Research and Industry Engagement at La Trobe University.
Good morning, I'm Tony Bassick. I'm the Director of the La Trobe Institute for Sustainable Agriculture and Food.
Fantastic, thank you. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Professor, would you care to make introductory remarks before we proceed?
Yeah, thank you. La Trobe really welcomes the opportunity to speak at this inquiry, and we also welcome the opportunity to host you on our campus yesterday and show you some of the facilities. Just by way of background for a few minutes, and I'll touch on some of the recommendations that we make in our submission. La Trobe has a focus on research and innovation impact related to health and well-being and sustainable agriculture and food. And our interest in this really lies in the fact that there's a need for an end-to-end approach to food that encompasses agriculture all the way through to food production, nutrition, and ultimately addressing the impacts of poor nutrition on non-communicable health-related diseases. And we're doing this through the La Trobe Institute of Sustainable Agriculture and Food. And as we touched on yesterday, we're also working with the CSIRO and RMIT University to develop a concept for a Australian Food Innovation Centre that's really an industry-facing entity that will support the capital required to generate economic development, to encourage start-up businesses, SMEs, to innovate in food. Just touching on some of the recommendations we've made, we think there needs to be a cross-government approach that addresses really the link all the way from agriculture to food and nutrition, that encompasses economic development and encompasses the health risks and health issues with the diseases related to poor food, and of course has the opportunity to impact the health economy as well. There's a need to put in place funding and policy settings that address the gaps in the innovation system, that encourage Australian businesses to scale up end-to-end production, all the way from agriculture to nutrition, things like pre-pilot and pilot processing, that allows food manufacturing to thrive here in Australia, and to link those industries, whether they're established industry players or SMEs or local startups, to university innovation systems to allow biological innovations and digital technology like AI and Internet of Things to be fully integrated into the food production chain. For this to happen, there needs to be investment. There needs to be, I think food production needs to be treated as manufacturing and become a focus of things like the Australian Economic Accelerator Program, National Reconstruction Fund, and potentially a food manufacturing equivalent to the Medical Research Future Fund to really fuel this as a key economic driver in the nation. There needs to be a workforce plan to address the workforce needs, whether it's upskilling of the current food production workforce, but also encouraging students to move into food production and agriculture, particularly when I think here in Australia it has there's a view that agriculture is related to farming and food production is very much a old-fashioned manufacturing career. And of course, the introduction of a solid regulatory framework that underpins the food industry that really addresses the need for clear food labelling and standards, and the need for a public health and consumer education campaign that links food to non-communicable disease so that the end users can actually benefit and be educated to benefit in a healthy food production ecosystem. That closes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Anyone else care to make remarks? No?
Oh, I think
All right.
I'm sure you'll have questions.
Yeah, we just got a few we may have prepared earlier. If we look at food and beverage manufacturing, what are some of the successful stories that you've been involved in Victoria and even Australia more broadly?
Well, I think an exemplar of this, and let me just say that I think that there's an opportunity here to transition Australia from a commodity-based exporter to a value-adding proposition, which actually has enormous economic benefit, not just for the farming community, but also for sustainable agriculture. And one of the areas that is a trending one overseas, and we talked about it yesterday with the Netherlands, is in the protected cropping environment and that. And so to date, what we've been doing is using that technology in a very high value-added medicinal agriculture area in medicinal cannabis to demonstrate the feasibility of this technology and lower the costs of production. And we're now transitioning that into the horticultural space, all that technology, which involves, as Chris said, both biological and digital innovation to, in fact, allow sustainability there. What this also does is reduces the impact on our soils and things like that. So where possible, you can use a protected cropping environment to reduce your inputs, fertiliser inputs, energy inputs, get better yield, better quality. And so we've enabled, like Can Group, for example, a company that's an Australian company that's producing medicinal cannabis, to become sustainable in that sort of space. So we're now partnering with horticultural companies to do the same thing in that sort of area. You saw yesterday one of the areas is looking at tomatoes and sort of growing these and sending them into space to feed our astronauts and things like that. But really, it's about feeding people in remote communities in Australia as well. So where you could put these chambers into either Indigenous communities or remote mining communities, remote towns, have fresh food and vegetable and that, so contribute to that sustainability and that health. So I think that would be one. Another one we're looking at now, for example, is a company that's just starting up to grow sunflower as a crop in Australia, and this is where we're actually using gene technologies to express milk proteins in a plant, grow the plant in an agricultural setting, and then use that extract into new food formulations. So I think they're just sort of some of the examples in which both biological and digital innovation can contribute to sustainable production systems in Australia.
Fantastic. I've got two more.
Yep.
Pass to you. Is that
Okay,
right?
yep.
Is that okay? Just with recommendation 6 in your submission to support businesses to commercialise and grow, are you aware of the industry growth program? And if so, do you believe that could deliver positive outcomes in this space?
Yes, we are. There are a number of programs, both state and federal, set up to address these issues. I think the challenges are multifaceted, but a lot of this sector is SMEs, and so there isn't a lot of well, cash flow is always an issue. There's not a lot of money being spent on this activity. They really need wraparound supports to show them how and to set that up. The schemes are very welcome, obviously, and helpful, but they're not necessarily well matched to the businesses that we're actually engaging with. That's one element. The schemes are also difficult to find, for businesses. I think there is the emphasis on industry leading some of these schemes is important, but again, it's not necessarily matched to the scale or size or capability of those businesses. one of the reasons we're spending so much time emphasising the workforce and skill development is that it's not just skills in the manufacturing, food manufacturing, or in the production. It's skills in business management, in research and innovation, in design. These are the skills that uplift that are required to take these businesses to the next step, scale up. Many of them are, family run, and there may not be a need or a desire, to expand. So finding mechanisms that either bring consortia together or help a sector rather than an individual. I don't think those schemes are necessarily designed to do that. Yeah.
Can I just add to that? I think if you look at the model that's worked brilliantly in the biomedical sector to allow small SMEs to develop through to a point where they can innovate, develop new therapies, and then, they CSL or Cochlear, if there's examples there in which the biomedical sector has really developed a huge industry. And I think we need to think about repurposing the food industry for the next generation. If you look at, say, CSIRO's pilot plant capability is 20 years old, and it's using really technology that was not up to what would be used now. What we're seeing in the food industry now is a move to having novel ingredients. So, for example, proteins and new sources of proteins. Fermentation technology is another one that's critically important. So these types of new innovative technologies to get new foods that are nutritious, actually, that are going to add value but also enhance health outcomes. A lot of that sort of processing technology we just don't have at a pre or a pilot scale, or have very small parts of that value chain. So I think we need to be able to invest in that sort of infrastructure that goes from bench to pre-pilot to pilot, to allow our SMEs to be able to test, because they don't have the capex to invest in big equipment if they don't know that their product's actually going to be able to be sold. So I think there's that move away from a whole different ingredient sources now that people are thinking of, and including fermentation technologies, which are all much more sustainable in the longer term. And we don't have the physical infrastructure, and we don't have, as Alison has said, the people trained in terms of using those. So we need to, and each state has unique capabilities in terms of its agricultural production systems. And so, in a way, you actually need one of these pipelines, end-to-end pipelines in every state, because, Western Australia has its lupins, and you want to be able to sort of develop products from those, and there's uniqueness about those compared to, say, here where you have chickpeas or fava beans or something like that. Queensland has different ones. And New South Wales, I think, has developed a really good state-based model where they have developed half a dozen regional precinct areas that they've set up for specific food manufacturing. They've invested in the infrastructure there, transport, the innovation pipeline there to enable that value chain to be developed in the region, so you're getting jobs in the regions as well where manufacturing can occur. So that's where I think there's a significant need to think about this bespoke new manufacturing pipeline.
Can I just add on that, just to come back to your question too and build on Tony's response? That there is a pathway. It could certainly be improved for the existing businesses, but I think the other thing that the commercialisation needs to focus on is the innovation, the startups, the new opportunities, the entrepreneurial activity. There seems to be, there's startups and entrepreneurial programs in other areas, but we don't see a lot of it in food, in new products. Schemes that were designed to support that activity, I think, would be very helpful. There's competition everywhere, and these are not the ones that generally get picked up for support. We have, there's international interest, obviously, with some of these venture capital firms too. Digital agriculture and agri-tech is certainly taking off. That's one element. We're also interested in creating future foods, dealing with really significant global issues around not just feeding the population, which is tremendously challenging, but providing food that's of a high nutritional quality. So we have to create new foods, and to do that, it won't be just about tinkering with existing product lines. It has to come from creating new ideas, and testing them early.
And so there's two major infrastructure programs, government funds in Australia, National Reconstruction Fund and NCRIS, the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy. And if you look at both of those, I think people would sort of say that food manufacturing doesn't sit right at the top of the priority list with those. They've invested enormously in other areas, and NCRIS has been hugely successful, but in food processing there's very little. There's recently been $60 million invested in fermentation technology, where we can go all the way through from toll manufacturing and fermentation, and now we're backing up to get smaller, pre and pilot scale capabilities, and that's a huge new area and opportunity for us to go into. But food manufacturing hasn't been seen to that, and I think to Alison's point about linking it to health and nutrition, there's very few places in Australia that have really addressed that impact of food on nutritional outcome and what it's costing the country, which is massive, as we discussed yesterday. We have an $80 billion, agriculture. Production's 80 to wherever we depend on the prices and that, and yet we're paying $70 billion in type 2 diabetes, in obesity and things like that. So we really need to break that nexus, and that also comes with, I think, having regulatory policies in place from government in terms of labelling, for example, and that's a huge area, I think, is that whole policy environment. So we need to rethink that value chain, I think, from just thinking about food as an energy source to food as very important in health and nutritional outcomes.
And then coming back to your original question, Minister, about workforce, I think there are two elements to that. One is having a clear pathway and plan around development of the innovation system that encompasses which biological and digital innovations are actually going to be required, so that that innovation system is constructed, or is a plan to construct it, and then the workforce is actually aligned to that. And the second is around developing an approach to developing leaders in the area who really understand that end-to-end need, and as Tony says, can articulate and understand the links between those different parts of the system.
Just going to ask one more question before I pass across to the Deputy Chair. As a premier university in this space, what role do universities have in addressing the workforce issues that you have raised in your submission? And what are examples of success that you've had in attracting people to the food and beverage manufacturing sector?
So one example is where we're working now because of our regional campuses. We're working in Mildura, for example, which is clearly an area of huge interest in the horticultural space, but also in the medicinal agriculture space. And on the back of a regional research, an RRCP grant from federal government, which was $5 million, we've developed a program there of training with Sunny TAFE, which is a TAFE in the region with state government, to develop a course in protected cropping. And this is a course that develops all the way from, how do you grow a plant to actually how do you grow it in a very protected environment, and what's needed there in terms of looking after it. So that's the beginning of training programs, and we're going to roll those out through other campuses, Bendigo, Shepparton, and things like that. So that's been one. The business school has been developing a major program in Shepparton with SPC in there, and trying and addressing the needs that they have in the training program. That's at the business end of things. But that also involves training in consumer preferences in foods, and how do consumers choose the food products they eat, because that's critically important too in terms of sustainability for the businesses. So there's been a number of areas there in which we've been developing up programs, and I don't know.
And the advantage for universities, of course, is the cross-disciplinary capabilities. So at La Trobe, we've recently launched a digital innovation hub, for example, that supports businesses. And this is an initiative launched in partnership with Cisco and Optus. This addresses digital needs of businesses, so they can actually come in and work with us in programs that address their business needs around AI, Internet of Things, drone technology, and so on, which are all key to agriculture and food production.
So the other thing we've been doing is really reaching into the secondary and the primary schools through engagement programs, because we believe that if we're going to convince people to come into this area, and excite them about it, then we've got to start very early on with primary, secondary schools. So Latrobe has a very active secondary school engagement program both here in the city and in the regions. And, it's things like there's a centre of excellence in plants for space, so taking plants into space to feed astronauts, but feed potentially a population on Mars, and that really enthralls kids. And you can show them how to grow a plant, but all the technologies that are associated with it, and also how do you get a nutritious piece of fruit up there, or a crop up there. So it's these sorts of innovations, I think, that are exciting kids about it, and so really changing the whole image of what farming and food and health is.
Very good. Okay. I think you've partly answered this already, but so one of your recommendations in the submission calls for the government to reimagine the entire food system, embracing biological and digital innovations such as AI and the internet. Could you explain that a bit further for us, please?
Sure. So I think, and Chris alluded to this, we have 3 silos in Australia which I think are of excellence. We have agriculture, we have food, which has been diminishing, and we have health, which is a really great strength. And in a way, the funding arrangements and the drivers in each of those have been sort of there for many years and have been supporting that approach. And in the medical, for example, in the medical area, what it was realised that in spite of the really good funding situation that was there, they needed a Medical Research Future Fund to actually transform the way they were doing things in medicine to get the outcomes for industry and get new products. And I believe that in the same way we need to do the same thing for agri-food. We need an Agri-Food Futures Fund that will, in fact, trying to change the way in which currently agriculture is funded or food is funded or health is funded is going to take too long. But I think a Agriculture Future Fund can actually then bring in the different sectors together and fund it in a way that provides a pipeline towards commercialisation and outcomes there that each individually doesn't. So, in agriculture we have the RDCs, and rightly so, they're mostly focused on providing growers with benefits through yield. There is quality characteristics, but it's a small component. Yield's the big one, and that's the driver. And yet I believe that, and that was based on manufacturing and our knowledge of human nutrition back in the 50s, when you just ate food because it was energy. We now know that's a different paradigm we have to develop into the future. So in my view, we need a fund that is going to link the growers, and we've got the biological technologies and digital technologies now to grow crops that are fit for a particular purpose, not just for commodities, but let's say we want it for an ingredient, and a new legume industry could be developed. Rather than using legumes as a rotation crop, we could actually be growing legumes both for grains, to have a nutritious grain, and we've got the engineering technologies now to make, take a lot of the anti-nutritives out of legumes. That's being developed. But we can also grow legumes for ingredients into the food manufacturing pipeline, because there's a huge demand for protein now that can't be met from the animal side of things. So you need to complement that sort of thing, and those ingredients will feed into fermentation, new fermentation technologies, but also new processing and innovation in that food value. So that's why I think we need to look at that sort of Agri-Food Futures Fund in the same way, and have different sets of drivers there to bring those sectors together to address, what a global challenge is in sustainability, because we have less and less arable land, and Australia in particular has huge challenges. I mean, we do remarkably well in terms of agricultural outputs, don't get me wrong, but we have very different ways of growing than Europe and the US has, and we've had to do that. Minimum tillage agriculture, for example, using digital technologies in agriculture now is critical for the competitiveness, and I think we can do the same thing in the food sector, but link it to the health outcomes.
I think what we're getting to in the submission was that we believe that we need a completely new approach to this sector. That it's outdated, and it really needs, it's complicated because none of this sits in one specific portfolio area. But we have the technology, we have the knowledge, we have advances, whether it's in genomics and plant biology and soil science. We understand much more about climate. We have all of this knowledge. We understand about how to digitise and improve decision making throughout the whole value chain. What we're not doing is coordinating it. And we're not bringing it together, either whether it's workforce. I mean, I would say that is a work in progress. Even designing our curriculum and education programs, we're trying to make them more multidisciplinary. As Professor Peck said, because we need to appeal to a new generation wanting a different type of career. So it is about consumer education as well, what kind of foods, their expectations are changing. There's a lot of work to be done in all of these areas. And we think there needs to be some system leadership, actually bringing these together. La Trobe is positioning itself to be one of the system leaders. Our commitment to establish the Australian Food Innovation Centre is designed to do that, to stand up and to be a leader in that area. Doesn't mean we're going to do it all. It's a big country and there's been some fantastic capability that exists, but it's currently fragmented and it needs to be joined up, coordinated and lifted into the 21st century, taking advantage of our clean green, our fantastic resources, our knowledge and expertise, and positioning Australia in global markets as a leader in this. We certainly can be, but we've got immediate issues in terms of providing healthy food options for our own population, but we can certainly, particularly in regional communities as well. Some of those statistics are alarming about people hungry or not being able to access food. So in our own backyard, but we have a role to play in a broader geographic area in the Asia Pacific as well, I think.
Yeah. And yesterday when we discussed about some of those more remote areas being able to get fresh food in there, it is actually quite difficult, particularly when if crops are growing maybe down here and then have to get up there, and by the time they're there, they're just being destroyed basically.
Yeah.
So no, I think it's a really good idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed yesterday, but I'm aware of what La Trobe's doing with its agri and biodiversity stuff. Look, I'm looking at this from a consumer, an electorate, an ordinary person's point of view. I think it's really important to do that, especially in the northern corridor of Melbourne, where we have a lot of small manufacturing food plants who wish to be part of Australia's capability and innovation in food manufacturing. And while I was listening to you speak about tomatoes for astronauts and remote areas, I was thinking of the small goods factories in my electorate and the semi-dried tomatoes and that entire innovation that came with a whole generation of people whose food has been deemed to be now healthy food. If we go to Mediterranean diets and so forth, they may not have been, they ate what they had. And then there's the whole business of master chef and food for pleasure, not just energy and health. And within that, there's a very broad spectrum around a whole series of the way we live, eat, grow, create. That's going to be important in terms of educating a public, because I see a future where people pop steak pills. You don't have to make anything; it's all made for you, and it's supposed to have everything in it. So, is that coming up in? You're trying to encourage a generation of young people also to understand this new way of food, the capacity, the capability we have to create, because we have that capability. It's almost like a parallel world where we can grow and create in labs. Did these issues come up for you in terms of your engagement with young people, how you entice them into this industry and see it as not an alternative to the way we do things, grow and eat and create, but rather an improvement on, and what kind of challenges are there in winning that sort of heart and mind of a future food production in this context?
Yeah, it comes up all the time. The consumer demands and expectations are quite different to what they used to be. For industry and trying to anticipate, even if they have a terrific product in the market, is it going to be picked up? We, within the plans for the Australian Food Innovation Centre too, sensory kitchens, testing, doing all that consumer testing and is important. There is obviously a group, whether it's young people trying to get them interested in or their role as consumers purchasing these things. There's also, though, other demographics in the population that we're trying to serve too, who have completely different needs, whether that's particularly, for an example, aged populations, who we need to make sure are eating healthy nutrition meals too, that taste good, the texture's right, that, all of those things. The consumer part is a key concern for us and a key focus of the work that we're doing. It takes time, and I think that education is really critical. Yes, there's a lot of sort of pop culture sitting in the background driving some of it. Perhaps the nutraceutical industry, sort of draws on that too. The worried well, popping pills, as you said. That is all something that we need to monitor and engage with, and we do in programs. But I think it's just a broader education around where food comes from, how to select it. That also includes, how we package food, how we label the packaging, giving people as much information, for them to make.
Innovative packaging has been going on for quite a while globally, and a lot of it goes to the provenance of the food, where it comes from, what sun it's been grown under, what the colour of the water is, and so people are used to that sort of very creative source. So that distinguishes it from something that's processed somewhere, else. It's not as exciting and as colourful. So there's that whole packaging. Obviously, you need to relook at some of that, because you won't be able to claim growth, on the Tayutos mountain ranges in the southern Peloponnese, where this, that and that happens, and the honey's really good. But I would think the aged care sector would be a really good place, if I may say so, to focus on trying this as an alternative way of providing nutrition and ability for people to eat, because that sector is in real trouble. Yes. And at the end of the day, it is really about providing food that they can eat and need to eat in ways perhaps that's slightly different to how it normally might be served out, in which case not very well if you read what's going on there. So I just wondered whether you would target a particular area as a beginning to actually develop a relationship with the public in relation to these new changes. So
La Trobe's research excellence, teaching excellence in allied health is well known, and that we're very well regarded. So we have centres focused on ageing populations. This is a key driver for us and focus, and that interdisciplinary activity into the work with the agriculture group. Yes, we are doing that, and we'll continue to do that, because we see it as really critical community engagement, consumer engagement. This is a growing population. It's not economic benefits, obviously important, and they're very clear, but it's about much broader than that, making sure that we're looking after people, and people are accessing the food that they need.
And I think, just to add to that, it is a key area, and an area of strength at La Trobe. I think if you look at what personalised medicine has done for treatment of many diseases, cancer and things like that, then personalised health could actually do the same thing, not just, and it's a very important community that you've identified, but across the board. We need markers for health and well-being, and we have the molecular tools to do that. We've just been focused on disease, but I think this is an important aspect. And so this is something that we're linking up between the institutes and the strengths of La Trobe, is to develop these markers so that, in fact, you can optimise the outcomes for people in communities in terms of the diets. Going back to your comment about tablets, it would be a very depressing society if we went to that. But
for the chair in particular, I could speak.
From a social perspective, I think we'd be destroyed. But on a serious note, there is an issue with the tablet approach. Our digestive systems have developed in a certain way, over tens of thousands of years, and in fact, having that ability to, the comparison I'll give you is you'll know that everyone came out with these healthy fruit drinks. You know, you put a dozen pieces of fruit into a blender.
Yep.
You get in your car and you do that. I mean, that is the worst nutrition you can do with that thing, because the way our digestive system works is that, well, you would never sit down and eat 10 pieces of fruit individually in a setting. You know, it wouldn't happen. But the whole reason is you eat that piece of fruit, you chew it. It takes a while, the satiety, the important thing about it. And in fact, accessing the nutrients is a process that goes down through your GI tract that's really important. Whereas when you put it in the blender and you stop that, you take it in, you immediately get this sugar fix that you would never get if you ate an apple or something like that. So I think there are places for tablets. I'm not saying there's not.
Oh, I'm not a big fan. And I'll never see NutriBullets in the same light again. Not that I have one, but I see them everywhere. I can assure you that's very important information. Yeah.
But to link it back to innovative food manufacturing is what I think is important. I think the Academy has put out a good food guide, and basically it's having a good, wholesome, fresh food diet and things like that. Now, we have a processing system. We have developed a food manufacturing system that's been driven by all sorts of factors, lack of policy, etc. That really is all about processing the death out of something, and then when somebody says, we find fibre is important for your health. So rather than coming back and changing the way you process it, what they do is they process none, then they add some fibre back in, and there's your fibre. So, you know, you've got your bread, high fibre bread. Well, actually, if we used raw grains to start with and didn't process them, put them into the bread, you'd have the same outcome. So I think there's a genuine issue here. So one of the things a number of us have been thinking about, have processing, but could you process grains in situ? So, for example, you know that with legume, a lot of people eat cereals because you can cook them in 20 minutes. You've got a meal. If you want to do that with a legume, you have to think about the night before. You've got to soak it. You've got to do all that.
Oh, just do it in the morning in
Yeah.
a couple of hours and just let it cook.
But if you could process, and there are innovative processing technologies that could actually prepare that grain for you to be able to use it immediately.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean by innovation in the processing and manufacturing, is to put the same sort of intellectual input into that we've put into personalised health, put it into personalised medicine, put it into personalised health, and we can develop those solutions. The solutions are there. It's really having the right framework and policy settings and have the right drivers in place to go in those directions.
Because it's about social equity. You know, it's about social equity. It's about making sure that everybody can afford to eat healthy foods, not just making it available to...
Well, it would be counterproductive if it had price tags of some other innovation that we've experienced. It would be totally counterproductive,
And you mentioned education. I mean, Tony's example about juice kind of illustrates how current labelling systems are not fit for purpose around just a star rate, and it doesn't address the fact that even with some what are deemed healthy foods, it's a matter of rate of consumption, and I think that's a key challenge, making sure that information is easily accessible to all in a simplified way, but with enough maturity around the labelling system.
But that had real information on it that people could understand, not a whole series of mumbo-jumbo that means nothing to people.
Yeah, no added sugar, or like the Made in Australia, or where is it? You know?
Well, even some of the ingredients are not familiar to people as well, but
I think there's simple ways of doing it. I mean, growing up in the UK in the 80s, there was the 5 a day concept of just having 5 vegetables a day and so on. So it not only talked about the value and the healthiness of food, but the rate with which you could consume it, which was key, in a really simple way.
It's a pity you missed yesterday morning. Because
I can always come back.
We had the North Link.
I'll get my office can organise another one.
Don't
worry.
But we had a series of breakfasts now that have been organised by the Business School, the Institute and North Link, which is a big group out there that represents 400 businesses. Yeah. And it was about consumer preferences.
You work well with Northlink, don't you?
Yeah.
So, because a lot of the small businesses in that area are connected to Northlink, and this idea of the relationship and understanding, is that working well?
And Northlink are co-located on the campus. They've been here for a long time.
Yeah, they do,
And, great working relationship with Chris James and the team, yes. We support the Melbourne North Food Group.
They came
financially.
to both our AFIC launches in federal parliament and state parliament here. Northlink bought businesses there. We had products there.
They're very good partners.
Yeah.
That's it. Sorry.
Cool, no worries. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for yesterday as well, too. It was very informative.
Pleasure.
You'll get a copy sent to you of the transcript for corrections in any matter of fact. And we'll suspend the seat.
No need to suspend.
No need to suspend? Okay. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. That's good.
So it's only Janine coming for the next one. Hello, how are you?
Haven't seen you for ages.
It's been a while.
Yeah, no, they're pretty.
Oh, it's pretty good. Amazing what art.
Hi.
Oh no, it is. It is.
Okay. Janine, are you right to go?
The phone on silent.
Okay, I now welcome representative from the Australian Dairy Products Federation. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Janine Waller, I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Australian Dairy Products Federation.
Fantastic. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make some opening remarks before we hit the questions?
Certainly, I have an opening statement if that's okay to share with you.
Yep.
So, good morning, Chair Mitchell and Deputy Chair Landry and other committee members. I really appreciate this opportunity to come and contribute to this inquiry into food and beverage manufacturing in Australia. It builds on the previous contributions that we made to the inquiries into food security and also into developing advanced manufacturing in Australia. So today I represent a sector that stands at the cornerstone of our economy and our daily lives, which is Australian dairy processing. So the Australian Dairy Products Federation is the national peak and policy advocacy body that represents that post-farm gate sector, and our membership processes more than 90% of the milk around the country. Australian dairy processors are at a critical juncture. Our sector boasts a robust domestic market and growing global demand for high-quality, nutritious dairy products, and it is this environment that we wish to protect and continue. This aligns closely with your goals of enhancing food security, boasting local manufacturing and driving economic growth. However, our industry's ability to participate in this potential is constrained by several significant challenges. A tough domestic trading environment is marked by continued retail price pressures, low volume growth, exorbitant overhead and input costs, and import competition. You would be aware clearly that the cost of living is clearly having an impact. For us, it's having an impact on demand, and we're seeing that consumers are favouring home brand product or private label products or discounted options. Our dairy products are no longer globally competitive. You only have to go to the supermarket or cafes to see that Australian dairy products, butters, cheeses, ice creams are being replaced by the international products. We have uncertain market conditions, which is obviously impacting our processing footprint and reducing our raw milk demand. Over the last 18 months, we've had 11 dairy processing businesses that have publicly announced a closure. For us, confidence is at an all-time low. Back in 2020, we had confidence in the dairy processing sector sitting at 90%. At the start of the year when I surveyed this, we were down to 17%. 17. This significant drop reflects the concerns about the sector's future viability and its implications for investment, job security and innovation. And we must protect what we have today so that there is a dairy industry into the future. We must address this loss of confidence if we're going to harness the full potential of the sector. We acknowledge your concerns about sustainability, environmental impact and economic pressures, and we're working strongly in those spaces as demonstrated in what we've done in sustainability and competitiveness. But to drive meaningful progress, I really ask for action on the following 5 key items. Firstly, that you work with us on developing a work plan that targets initiatives to securing a viable and growing dairy sector that attracts people and investment, and that aligns with your recommendation 4 from the inquiry into food security, which was all about having a strategy to reinvigorate the dairy industry. And similarly, recommendation 2 from the Developing Advanced Manufacturing in Australia was around production incentives for Australian manufacturing. Secondly, it's about developing a minister-led representative advisory group to actually coach that work plan. Third, it's about working with us, particularly in the productivity space. So how do we drive technology? How do we address workforce shortages? How do we attract investment? And how do we access priority markets? Fourth, it's how do we best deliver against both our sustainability framework and your government targets by working collectively, which will include investment in renewables. And the fifth one is how do we promote Australian dairy as a product of choice and make sure that we have the right policy reforms that reflect that. We touched yesterday around dietary guidelines. We've got labelling, health star rating, we've got cellular ag coming. How do we make sure we set the industry up for success? So by working together, we can truly achieve this. I look forward to your questions and delving into this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. I'll start off with a couple. As you point out, we know that Australian dairy products have an excellent international reputation. Where do you think the key opportunities lie now for Australian dairy, and how can we take that forward?
From an international perspective?
Yeah.
Certainly, Southeast Asia is seen as a big opportunity. We've got proximity. We've also got, obviously, a great grounding. Our products are regarded as safe, nutritious. An example of that is that we know that the Indonesian government and the incoming president has an ambition for free school milk program, and we've had multiple meetings with the Indonesian government. So it's around how can we work with them and support getting not just milk into schools but other dairy products, yogurts, cheeses, and that's setting that younger generation up for future nutrition and success in their growth and development. So we see that as a prime opportunity, and what are the barriers that we can address there. And the Middle East is another one that's come up as well, that a lot of members are looking to that as an opportunity. And India is much more of a longer term, but we're doing quite a lot of work with India around where are our opportunities for those markets.
Fantastic. How do you see the sort of the research development, innovation helping address the different challenges going forward in dairy processing? We've seen yesterday a great example of getting the cheese slices and that,
absolutely,
to cut waste and that sort of thing.
Yeah. A couple of things. So we've noticed that research has dropped off, particularly in dairy per se, and we often talk about protecting the core. So if we met with CSIRO, it must have been last year, and when we looked at their suite of R&D that they were investing in, it was all in the alternative space, or they were looking at options outside of dairy. And our encouragement was just, can you focus on dairy and look at the core elements of dairy or the ingredients within dairy? So we would love to actually see investment actually back into dairy per se. As you said, R&D can be one of those areas that drops off when you are struggling just to meet day-to-day. We've had a whole raft of other challenges, as I've said. So just support from government around what is investment that will be available.
One more, and I'll pass to you.
We know internationally they are very advanced from a technical perspective. So Europe is often leading the way in terms of dairy technology, whether it's sort of starter cultures, whether it's, as you said, slicing, new product innovation, and unfortunately we don't have the economy of scale here within Australia if we look at it from a dairy-specific perspective. So are there technologies that we can harness if we can grow those economies of scale? And that could be through dairy working with other ag sectors so that we take that true benefit of whatever that innovation is throughout the supply chain. So I think there's great potential. It's just sometimes knowing what is the technology that's available, but sometimes it's also how do you get access. So what's the investment to that, given sometimes it's sort of lower down the pecking order. But great opportunities, I would say, for us. And I know others have sort of tapped on that that's going to be our future, is technology and innovation and staying pace so that we've got that market differential.
Just on that, is there any examples of positive measures or partnerships that we can point to with industry or educational facilities that that can help build that workforce we need for a bigger dairy industry?
So from a dairy perspective, we have an International Dairy Federation, which is again where countries from around the world will come together. They cover a whole raft of topics, be it trade, nutrition, environment, and I think that's a great opportunity of where you share experiences and opportunities and understand the technologies, but that's obviously within dairy per se. We reach out, we're doing a lot of work with meat, we do work with grains, sugar, wine, etc. And a lot of that is coming under that agriculture sustainability framework. So I think that's the start of saying, okay, where are those partnerships? If we look at it from a workforce perspective, we know that agricultural broad is not being taught now in sort of schools, and that's something that we're looking at, whether you're meat, sugar, wine. So I think it's important that we just keep continually expanding our networks and the opportunities that are there.
Terrific, thank you.
Yeah, so you also talked about getting more support from government with funding, also like with things like energy costs. How do you see that? Like, what support do you actually want from government?
Yeah. So I think the start is recognising the work that has happened, as you said, in the sustainability space, and we operate under a sustainability framework. But if I look particularly at energy, obviously that's one of our most significant costs, be it gas, electricity. It's around security of supply and it's around affordability. So companies are already making measures to improve production efficiencies. They're on the renewable path, whether it's around solar, wind, but it's that ongoing investment in that renewable space. It's not easy to do. We don't always have the technologies. And, I know there was the question asked around what's an opportunity. We have large boilers, which we need obviously from both a process perspective, so they sterilise, but they're also important for actual production. We don't currently have the capacity to produce those or have that equipment here, but we know that it exists overseas. So again, how can we learn from our overseas counterparts and bring that in? So again, working with government around what is the technology available, but again, that support in investment. So renewables would be a key one around, those partnership opportunities, and it's obviously underway. It's just continuing that ongoing funding and that partnership.
Mm-hmm. And also the situation with staffing. Obviously, everyone's having problems with that. So, is it difficult for you to get staff and retain staff in your industry?
Yeah, as you said, I think it's an issue across the board. The difference to dairy processing is that we've got a very stable workforce, so we're not reliant on a transient workforce, but we are reliant on highly skilled people. So our challenge is obviously attracting skilled people, but also retaining them. It's a very competitive sector, whether it's mining, health, education. So the fundamental is often we can invest in the training and then they leave. So we've got to have pathways around how do we attract, how do we retain, but it is particularly those skilled people. So whether it's looking at the visa application process and making sure we've got the right skills lists there, but we have fundamentals just around having the right training programs. So we used to have a lot of specialty dairy processing programs here, and they've gone. So whether it's Gilbert Chandler, whether it's Werribee, they no longer exist. So companies are having to bring that in-house now. And if you've got every single processor doing that, there's lack of efficiency. So we're trying to work through what will be some capability opportunities, whether it's with TAFEs, whether it's with other sort of private service providers, so that we can really upskill. So it's a combination. So I'd say it's about attracting, it's retaining, it's skilled people. And at the moment, we're obviously having to go overseas to get those particular skills that we're needing, which is a shame when, we've got we should have a strong workforce here.
Yep. So how do you go with that, like with the visa program? Because I know that other people have told us that it seems to be fairly slow in Australia, and then those people get taken by other countries. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think also at the moment we are taking a lot of international people from the Philippines. Right. So it's also keeping pace with where we're getting them from. So we have the PALM scheme, which is great probably from a pre-farm gate perspective, but because we're sort of relying more on a technical expertise, we're finding that, again, it's making sure that the visa systems are going to the countries that you need. But ideally we want to be bringing them from local, so we want the training facilities here. The other challenge, which I'm sure we've all got, is we've got an ageing workforce. So the average age of our workforce is 50. So we know within the next 5 or 10 years we're going to have a massive gap of, where are we going to recruit all of these people from? So the visa part is part of it, and the process is not just the pace, but it's the cost. Like, it's a significant cost to obviously sponsor somebody to come in, and that sits with an individual company at the moment. So, I think their ideal is to go to a local talent pool and have those people trained, but in the absence, obviously, you've got international. So it's making sure you've got the right visa process, but is there a way to somehow subsidise some of those costs?
I'll just take you up on the issue of the visas. Generally, the food manufacturing sector, and we're looking forward in terms of innovation and change, and we're hoping that it would be a new area for both domestic and export capability. We've identified skill shortages as an issue. With the skill shortages list that the department prints or publishes every so often, are any of your skill shortages or requirements on that list? Because that goes to the visas and how they are applied to. And I'm just wondering if we were to build a food innovation capability, which also obviously included dairy, if Australia was known for that capability and required, people around the world might be more inclined to want to come here if they were able to. Is that how you think it would work?
Yeah, and we recently contributed to some submissions around the core occupation skills lists because there was not always the specialty dairy processing ones that we needed that were on the list. Right from a production manager through to having the right automation engineer. The other one for us is cheese graders, graders. Yep. Real lack of those. So number one is, as you said, making sure that we've got those skills on the visa list, but as you said, then setting Australia up as an opportunity for a country to come to, where, as you said, you can, the benefit of dairy manufacturing is you have got such a raft of employment opportunities that are there. So whether you're an engineer, whether you're a dietitian, whether you're in packaging, you've got managerial opportunities, you've got one sort of sector that can have such a broad suite of people that they employ. So I think, as you said, it's around getting the visa foundation right, it's about getting our capability right, and then it's about promoting, as you said, Australia and Australian dairy manufacturing as an opportunity for whether you're local but also overseas, and that would be a great opportunity, because I don't think, as you said, we invest enough about talking about the sector and the opportunities that are there and the transferability of skills. You might start in one area within a company, but you can transfer with the right succession plan.
I mean, I sense there's been a major competing interest for dairy, which I'll go to in a minute, but I did come to the parliamentary launch of the, when you were there with the aged care, which made a lot of sense to me. It was still, dairy's still in the 5 food product, yet yet there's a very strong presence of non-dairy, of alternative to dairy products, which have captured the imagination of a large generation of people, not just here but elsewhere. Can you give me some insight into how the dairy industry itself feels about that? Because that's a competing force, and I don't know how you reconcile the value of... I'm a big believer in the real thing, I always have. Alternatives don't, and I don't know how they match up. But And I want to throw in that something more complicated politically, the whole issue of the animal welfare movement. I mean, I've seen billboards in run-ups to elections that have baby calves and human babies, and the suggestion that the human babies being, prioritised over the baby calf and its mother, and so there's a whole lot of things going on. How are you dealing with those issues?
Yeah. So if I tackle the first piece, I think, as you said, there needs to be an absolute program around talking about dairy and the benefits of dairy, and that's something that we're doing, as you said, whether it's aged care, whether it's schools, and we need to do that. In relation to alternatives, consumers always need to have a choice. So it's not about denying that, but it's just making sure that we educate around the benefits of dairy, and it's around having the right policy reforms that support that as well. I know I mentioned with you yesterday, but the dietary guidelines, as an example, is under review, and we know internationally there's a risk of moving towards more plant-based under the view that it's more sustainable. But when you consider what is sustainability and you put in nutrition, the evidence is lacking from that perspective. So it's making sure then that those policy documents recognise dairy and we don't step away. And as you said, from an aged care perspective, significant benefits around dairy in terms of reducing falls fractures. So we need to talk about the credentials of dairy. So that's sort of one element, and then having the right policy reforms that support that. In terms of practices, whether it's human rights, modern slavery, animal welfare, we always have very strict protocols that we all adhere to across the sector, and we continually make sure that we are working towards best practice, if not, going above best practice. That all falls within our sustainability framework, and again, it's about us as an industry, farm, and also processors working together to make sure that we put the facts out there in terms of that we are aspiring to have best practice from an animal welfare perspective. We are doing the same from a sustainability and then, as you said, from a dairy promotion perspective.
No, I think we've covered just about everything. I think, Look, I've got no further questions. Thank you, and thank you for yesterday. That was fantastic. Did enjoy the parmesan cheese last night. Told it would not survive one day.
Excellent.
So, well, thank you for your attendance here today. You'll get a copy of the transcript to make any corrections to that transcriptions. So proceedings are now suspended until approximately 10:40 a.m. I welcome representatives from the Independent Brewers Association. For Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
I'm Kylie Lethbridge, the Chief Executive Officer for the Independent Brewers Association.
I'm Callum Reeves, the Chair of the Independent Brewers Association.
Terrific. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make an opening statement before we get to questions?
I would. Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you to the committee for allowing us to present to you today. I'm going to speak just a little on the Independent Brewers Association and our sector, our manufacturing sector, and our chairman will speak more from a producer's perspective. We represent more than 600 small businesses around the country. Even the largest of our members is considered a small business. 2/3 of our members are in regional and rural areas, and we employ directly and indirectly 35,000 Australians via the manufacturing sector, tourism, via visitor economy experiences and agriculture. At the minute, it's no secret our industry is in trouble and we are dying a death of 1,000 cuts. We are innovative, as our submission indicates. We've given many examples where our small producers innovate regardless of those challenging circumstances, and we have proven that we are committed to reduce and provide our contribution to the reduction of harmful consumption by the production of no and low alcohol products over the last 2 decades. Our organisation nor our industry enjoys any government support, and we operate under the same legislative framework as the large foreign-owned multinational breweries and supermarket chains. With the 3rd highest taxation framework in the world, compounding regulation and an unfair market access, we are only able to do the basics, and so will never achieve our full potential unless the situation for small food and beverage manufacturers change. Over to you, Callum.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Kaiju Beer is a Victoria-based small business that employed about 30 people in manufacturing and hospitality up until about 18 months ago. We're now down to about 20 staff due to a downturn in business across our wholesale and hospitality businesses. The main issues affecting our business are the following. Firstly, being locked out of sales opportunities due to the contracts the foreign-owned multinationals have over the vast majority of beer taps around Australia. I'd reference the Standing Senate Committee on Economics, chaired by Dr Daniel Molino, in the beer section that recommends that the beer landscape be further investigated. Secondly, excise. The single largest cost input in beer in Australia is raised every 6 months by the ATO, when consumers can't afford to pay more, squeezing our margins. Thirdly, and relatedly, excise remission doesn't increase when excise increases, so its value is quickly eroded. Consumers are being priced out of beer, particularly independent beer, with its reduced economies of scale, in part due to this excise situation. If the aim of the federal government is to increase our manufacturing capability, then we have to make the regulatory and legislative framework more conducive to profitability for our small manufacturers. I'd refer you to our submission, which outlines the ways in which this government can alleviate some of the issues I've just outlined. Thank you.
I'll start off with a couple. Can you talk to us about examples of how independent brewers are delivering circular economies around Australia?
Absolutely, Mr Chairman. We are, sustainability is, and in its broader definition, is a key pillar in our 10-year roadmap. Again, small organisation that's funded by member resources, but we punch above our weight when it comes to what our members are trying to achieve and what we try and achieve for them. We absolutely care about our contribution, not only to the economy, but our reduction as high energy users and our impact on the environment. In our submission, we've referenced a number of independent brewers across the country that have either gone carbon neutral, scaled up, and are looking at now being able to market their product based on a carbon neutral outcome. We are also in many ways applying and seeking partners as best we can for grants. We're partnering with the University of Melbourne. We recently applied for a circular economy grant to do some long-term work for our sector, and in order to reduce effectively what is our packaging issues, our packaging challenges. We're working through APCO and looking at those targets, those federal targets hitting in 2025, and our members now have guides to going carbon neutral. We've partnered with consultants to look at them being able to provide support and resources on a one-on-one basis for those 600 plus independent breweries across the country to either strive for carbon neutrality or to get to the next step in their journey. Callum, I don't know if you had anything to add about that.
In terms of, look, there are major, some major inputs that or consumed elements regarding gas. We produce, to produce beer, you use a lot of steam. And at the moment, the only economically viable way of doing that at scale is through the burning of gas. We would love to be able to switch that power source to electricity, but the power required for that is huge. I've done a feasibility, not a non-costed feasibility on our steam production. It would require a 2,000 amp upgrade to our power supply to do that. The boiler itself isn't the main element of the cost. It's the upgrade to the power into the area, into the street. It's a huge amount of power required, but we would love to make that change. And the only way to do it would be through support, through getting that support from government.
I'd also add, Mr. Chairman, we are working at a national level with our grains bodies. Many of our members are working directly with farm to mitigate and to reduce the imported ingredients. We currently import more than 50% of our ingredients, where we have viable grain producers here that are seeing the benefit and the greater yield that they get from malted products. Our hop producers in Victoria and Tasmania, mainly climate-driven product, and now more in New South Wales and even Queensland, are seeing the benefits of being able to add to that circular economy. Many of our, in our submission, we've referenced a brewery in New South Wales that's leading the charge with University of New South Wales to look at algae products to feed cattle. So again, innovative across the board, but doing it in isolation.
Australia, we know, has world-class beer products. When we talk about a beer Australia, it's similar to a wine Australia sort of thing. How do we highlight and champion these, both domestic but also key opportunities for export? How do you see that sort of Beer Australia thing working, funded, etc.?
We, at present, don't enjoy a policy or strategy platform at a federal level. To search for the word beer or even small manufacturing in regard to the beer industry is at present non-existent. And so we reference Wine Australia because we not to discount our colleagues in the wine industry, but we envy the benefits that have been derived over the last sort of, 2-3 decades from the early 90s and the growth of that sector. The acknowledgement of their role and remit under the Department of Ag and the things that come from that, one of which included the development of Wine Australia. We realise there's an industry contribution that goes with that and government match, and the opportunities for them have been extraordinary. So again, Mr. Chairman, we look on that with envy, and we are simply looking for the first step on that journey, which is a desk in government, a home in government, and dare I push my luck in asking for some strategy or policy platform that acknowledges the opportunities that come from even the grains that I just talked about and the agricultural element, let alone what we're doing and the opportunities that are now coming to us from an export perspective. We are doing that again at a scrappy ground level, looking at responding to opportunities. Many of our members are taking up and working with their state governments on going global, looking to export, responding. One of our members most recently had an opportunity to be featured in vending machines throughout Japan, which is, their business has just skyrocketed as a result of that. But again, it's happening in a very ad hoc way. And we would love to be able to partner with Industry to do the requisite research that's required so we can then understand our markets and we're not responding to requests from countries where we don't quite yet understand whether or not there's risks attached to that. And we would, again, we do our best to provide member resources when it comes to understanding export, different labels, different requirements. Cold freight across fast journeys is sometimes a problem. And so again, we think that with that federal recognition, we would then have that support flow through organisations like Industry, like Tourism Australia and others.
Michelle?
Yes, so in your submission you said that you support future workforce, and I was just wondering how that was going, like with training and all the rest of it, but also that you were calling for a brewery technician to be on that visa list. And a lot of people we've been talking to, particularly in manufacturing, have been saying about the issues of getting people into the country on visas, that it's been quite slow, and that they tend to go to other countries before they come to Australia because of that. Yeah.
It's also a very costly process, and again, we have partnered with lawyers and immigration specialists to try and make that process easier for our members. But the Independent Brewers Association has 3 staff, so all of the things that I've talked about have to come from within those resources. To answer your question, to answer the beginning of your question, beer has been perceived, particularly craft beer, and the growth has come over the last decade. The majority of the growth has come up over the last decade, and it's very much perceived to be fun and not necessarily taken seriously as a profession. And so when we developed, I started 4 years ago, we developed our 10-year roadmap, and I set about to have the data that was required to be able to speak to some of these issues, as well as to start a long-term journey of being taken seriously. Of being a career progression of choice. Most of our members are scientists, and so generate and have a science background and love beer, and so that's where they go with their passion. At that point, we had TAFE training at a Certificate 3 level only available in Queensland and New South Wales. So over the last 4 years, we've now achieved a minimum of Cert 3 available on the ground in each and every state, with Western Australia now launching this year. And we are looking, and we've just launched a Certificate 4, which is again recognition that being a brewer comes with other responsibilities of people management, occupational health and safety, and business management, marketing and logistics, and all the things that any manufacturer is required to do when you're on the line or in the boiler. And so we are now striving toward having recognition for a diploma or an apprenticeship, again to continue to have us respected as an industry and employer of choice. We have, in some of those states, we have a waiting list to get into the Certificate 3. Then you're required to get the requisite training to become a head brewer, which is where we then have to call on our overseas colleagues to bring new skills, to bring new brewing technologies in from countries that have been doing this for quite some time. Germany, America, who are 10 and 20 years ahead of our industry in some respects. So while we strive and have a desire to employ Australians, we also feel that there's a benefit that comes from new skills coming into the country. And so to catch up on the waiting list and catch up for the demand for skilled employees, it's why we're asking for that process to be a little easier and a little more cost effective for our industry until we can continue to upskill more of our people.
Okay,
I know from an owner's perspective that sometimes it really does feel like that we're inventing a wheel that's been invented before, but the information's not readily available. We do as much research as we can with the staff that we have. They're amazing, but the information is out there, and it's probably you can take years off your journey to the highest quality by having someone come in and really put their finger on all of the potential problems that you might face.
Yeah, and I suppose, as you say, like some of those other countries are decades ahead of us in all sorts of alcohol. So, and crying out to get that expertise into this country.
And their understanding of technology.
Yeah.
Again, we are 7% of the market. The independent brewers are 7% of the market in this country, yet we employ more than 50% of the industry. More labour intensive. We have the hospitality and visitor experiences that add value to the business. But it's the challenge is that we can't, even Callum's outline of the investment that's required to convert energy, the investment that's required for the technology en masse, so that can sometimes come in from other countries as well.
Yeah.
Sure. It's interesting to get your perspective of the landscape. I'm a chemical engineer by trade, and one of the things that was great from WA is we would go and do tours of the Swan Brewery, and it was great understanding the culture around that brewery, and like team members would like earn slabs, and then there'd be this slab economy where people would talk about doing stuff in the backyard, etc. But we've seen the shutdown of that brewery. And I know that it wasn't a microbrewery, but I see it as being a whole ecosystem. From a skills perspective, what more do you think federal governments or state governments could do to make sure that we've got skills for this sector?
I think, I guess further to the progress we've made to date on our association leading the charge and some of our members leading the charge in having the courses available at a TAFE level. What we've tried to do, and we've worked through it over the last 12 or 18 months with the University of Adelaide, is to have a higher skill available. Sadly, some of our younger brewers coming up through the brewing journey are heading back to Germany to get a higher qualification. So we're losing those skills once businesses like Callum have put time and energy and resources in. Because it is now being recognised as a profession, they want the higher skill, they want the higher quals. And so, support at that level would be helpful, but also making the training more affordable for an industry that is challenged, particularly at the minute, with all of the layers of issues I guess we've outlined. Having it on the skill-free training list and others would be certainly advantageous to us over a longer period of time.
One of the issues that you highlighted, Mr. Reeves, was around the contracts at pubs and the big overseas owners locking out the smaller independent Australian players. From your perspective, what do you think the Aussie consumer wants? And is it that taste experience? Is it price? And do you think that Australian consumers are getting what they want from a beer experience perspective? And you can both kind of feed into this. And I guess from a Australian government perspective, we want to improve the experience and in a responsible way.
So
Buy local.
Buy local, and the problem with that is that what the consumer wants is choice.
Yeah.
And they walk into a pub and they see a very large array of brands that looks like choice, but what they're getting is all beer from the same brewery. It's all the same owner. It's all either owned by Lion or Asahi, particularly since they bought the biggest independent players. they now have that full offering that they can present as choice, and I think that the consumer wants choice. They want to support local, and they believe that they are supporting a locally owned business when they're not. They're supporting a foreign-owned business that isn't owned by the people that they see as the figureheads and founders.
Would you like to see better labelling?
I would love to see better labelling. I would love to see that. I'd like it to be very clear who the owners are, but I'd also like to see ways of reducing the stranglehold that those major brewers have over so many of the taps. We're talking 90% plus of the taps, beer taps around Australia are contracted to those breweries. And then you've got the other 600 independent brewers fighting over the 10% that are left. And in many cases the contract might say that it's 90% taps are contracted to our beers. Then you get a product that isn't a beer from one of those major manufacturers, and they put that on the last 10%, like the hard-rated Hard Solo, which was able to grow off the back of a soft drink brand. Now, as a lot of places feel like they have to have it on tap, but it doesn't fit in within the beer contract. It's the same producer, but it's.
To add complexity to that answer as well is, as Callum said, we're not only fighting for tap space, we're fighting for fridge space, because the fridges in a venue are contracted. And up until recently, and we've gratefully and thankfully responded to the government supermarket inquiry as well as what's coming, I believe, this week, which is a mergers and acquisitions inquiry, because this affects exactly what Callum talked about in terms of buying up. But what we're seeing is more and more supermarkets producing their own beer, again at greater economies of scale, and the change only just recently is we're now seeing those beers on tap. Yeah. And so the 10% that we're fighting for is continually reduced, because theirs is the market that's growing, ours is declining. And so again, that's where we talk about those layers of market dominance, and one of our submissions calls on the ACCC to have a look at it. The Senate inquiry that Callum referenced talks about the fact that it should be looked at. And so, again, coming back to the purpose of this inquiry is for us to grow, for us to be innovative. We have to be able to provide Australians with the product that we feel, and based on some consumer research we did with KPMG in 2021 with consumers, they do, where within their means, absolutely want to support Australian businesses, because our Australian businesses are the ones that are called on to donate for the footy club. And when there's fire or flood relief, it's us, the ones that are coming to the party. We're providing those hospitality jobs. And as I talked about in the beginning, 2/3 of those are rural regional areas. We're reinventing old buildings that are dilapidated. And so our community sees that those independent brewers are very much part of their community, and so want to provide that reciprocal support. But if they think they are, then that's very challenging.
Talking about that innovation piece, if, let's say, if Mr. Reeves, if you had access to low-cost capital or grant funding, but maybe also from your industry-wide perspective, Ms. Lethbridge, what would be the areas that would be invested in from an innovation perspective to try and support the industry and ideally grow it?
So some of the big ones would be the steam production. So reducing carbon emissions through the steam production would be a major one.
Do you think that could be facilitated through industrial precincts where there's already, like, let's say, decent electrical infrastructure in place, so you're not needing to?
It would be highly unusual for the infrastructure to be there, even in an industrial precinct. I'm no expert on that, yeah. But for the existing breweries, it's vastly expensive to set up a brewery. It's a thing you do over time as well. The initial setup cost, and then you really have to repurpose a whole building. Yeah. You can't move your brewery from one place to another. You really got to start again, and so the capital intensity of that is obviously something that's impossible to bear for most existing breweries. It wouldn't be possible. Also looking at the carbon, other ways of capturing carbon through something, a great innovation like the algae production, through capturing the fermentation carbon dioxide produced is a great idea. Going into livestock feed. There are so many ways that we would be able to do that to reduce and to improve our carbon footprint. Packaging, those sorts of things, taking plastics out of packaging. Plastics are the easiest and most the cheapest way of getting your product out to the consumer. But if you can do that with fibre, then you're reducing microplastics, you're potentially reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and but there's an investment in being able to use paper products to package your product. So those are some of the ways. And there are just so many ways that I can see, and I see the opportunity there, but the capital's not there to be able to do it.
I think recapture and reuse is something that all of our members, because it's in our 10-year roadmap, all of our members believe that that's important to them. And you'll see even from our submission and the examples that we've made, some of them are really innovative and they're doing it themselves. So a greater focus on the opportunities for shared services, for shared technology, buying technology that makes the brewing process easier and more simplified means that Callum would then be able to, have biopack instead of a plastic option around his, 4-pack. And so alleviating some of those greater pressures, we try and do it again at a basic level, is shared buying, so we can make it easier for our members to reduce their impact because they care about it so much. I think if there was support that came for capital investment, tech is very much to ensure efficiencies in the brewing process, and the packing process is something that, again, because so many of our, 2/3 of our members, even 82%, produce more than 100,000 litres of beer a year. That's a really small amount of beer. And so it means that those investments into making that process more efficient is hard. One of the things that we have suggested, and we suggested in the lead up to the federal budget this year, was that allowing us to repurpose some of the excise tax that was collected back into R&D, back into an investment in the business, would be a really great way of being able to support our industry moving forward. And we would suggest the same today. And definitely, again, reducing some of those barriers.
From let's say, areas of excellence across the world, are there particular cities, states or countries that you see as supporting craft brewers and microbreweries the best? And I just imagine Berlin and Portland, but that's just a vibe.
Portland is
Yes, so look, you see Northern California, San Diego is a great. It's not Northern California, but Northern California has some great breweries as well. Sierra Nevada, Russian River, but there's I was thinking about this recently. And I could take that on notice. And
cool.
Portland is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Well, and in some ways, it's around how, what those areas have done to support the industry, and whether there's some lessons learned from an Australian perspective. And this is my last question, which is, with climate change and seeing a change in our agricultural crops and recognising that hops and barley as a critical process or ingredient from a beer's perspective, do you think that there's opportunities for investment and research to look at how we can reduce the emissions, whether that be through a brewing of beer or looking at different types of crops to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Absolutely, and one great example is a piece of work that we've been doing with the government in New South Wales over the last 3-4 years, which is they have a program. The Department of Primary Industries is looking at a heritage barley program. They've been growing seeds, started 200, back down to, I think we're at about 50 now, to look at some viable options for brand New South Wales barley. We've, I mentioned earlier, and that's one of a project that we're working on, but and we're trying to do some work. Just last week, we were in Western Australia launching the WA craft brewing strategy, which came about as a result of a great government partnership and industry, whereby they're looking to have the vast majority of their inputs. It's very circular economy focused, and the vast majority of their inputs, which is already happening. Many of our industry suppliers are working with local grain producers because we want to say, many of our members want to say, that our inputs are organic, nowhere near GM sprayed crops. And so some of the small and larger malters, one of which who's responded in the submissions to this committee, are doing the work on the ground. We're trying to work with Grains Australia and farmers' federations, again, as industry bodies, because I mentioned it earlier, farmers see that they're getting a better yield from this product. It's also ensuring the sustainability of their land, and therefore they can diversify their farming. There's a great example in New South Wales, which we love to showcase through Voyager Malt, where they had a cattle farm that was, I want to say, 6,000 acres. And it was then over time, as a result of working with the brewing industry, now fully organic and completely diversified. And it means that their business has changed exponentially, as has their income. And so we want to showcase some of those. But again, the work's being done on the ground with some federal help, with some facilitation, with Department of Industry, with Department of Ag. The world is our oyster when it comes to some of those opportunities we feel for our industry as well as Australian farmers.
Can I just head back to the excise and the freezing excise, which is something that you may have mentioned once or twice too.
A little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. How much do you expect that would cost the budget over the course of 2 years and then into the forward estimates? I mean, if you're going to go to any treasurer and say, hey, we want to stop income, good luck. But have you done that sort of figures to go, well, this is what we know the impact will be on that?
The last federal budget, this year's federal budget, the bottom line, the revenue line for alcohol, all alcohol in the country was $8.1 billion. 2.1 of that was wine, the rest was spirits and beer. And we share a very similar framework with our spirits colleagues. Many of our members are also spirits producers, and so our issues are very much aligned. And I know that, again, many of our colleagues have responded to this inquiry. Certainly, if you look at one line coming in, one line going out, yes, we would lose out on an increase on revenue from that biannual increase in tax. But what we're seeing now and over the last 18 months is breweries going into voluntary administration, liquidation, and now not coming out. And that is primarily in 80% of those cases because tax debts that many of our small businesses were allowed to incur during the pandemic are now being called in. Regardless of whether or not payments have been made, the extensions to those payments are not being allowed. And in many cases, it was the only debt that had pushed them into voluntary administration. It's our belief that had those businesses with the debt been allowed to increase their payment terms over the next 2 or 3 years, then Australians would be recouping 100 cents in the dollar, not 5 cents in the dollar. So we feel that support now, yes, maybe a reduction in overall revenue, but the ability to mitigate some of these issues for our organisation to try and deal with the market access issues will only ensure that positive revenue streams are delivered after an immediate freeze, temporary freeze.
Sure. Thank you. Other questions? No? Well, thank you for coming. Thank you today. For your attendance, you will be sent a copy of the transcript to make any corrections to that transcription.
Thank you so much.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, Carl. Sorry. My fault. Gas bagging. You right to go, Ms. Yes. Yep. Good. Okay. I now welcome the representatives from the Food for Health Alliance. For Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Jane Martin, Executive Manager of Food for Health Alliance.
Terrific. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make an opening statement before we get to questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks very much for inviting me to present and expand on our submission. The Food for Health Alliance is a partnership between Victorian Health Promotion Foundation, Cancer Council Victoria and the Global Centre for Preventative Health and Nutrition at Deakin University. We've been established since 2006 and our objective is to improve diets and foster nutritious, healthy food for all Australians. So I have an opening statement, and Chair, I note when you launched this inquiry, you were quoted as saying that you want to hear about how the government can support the sector to thrive. And I think the challenge for the committee is to make recommendations that not only support the sector to thrive, but also support the health of Australians, particularly our children. We know that food and beverage manufacturing plays a critical role in shaping our food supply, and you would have heard a lot about this already, and influencing the entire food system. And food and beverage manufacturers influence what foods are available for Australians to buy, the ingredients in those foods and the way that they're made, the promotion and marketing of these foods, and then the prices that consumers ultimately pay. All of these aspects have a significant impact and influence on the foods and beverages that Australians eat and drink, our diets and our health. Policy and regulatory change directed at food and beverage manufacturing has the potential to play an important role in shaping a healthier food environment. The groundwork for this was agreed by the Council of Australian Governments in 2022 in the National Obesity Strategy, and this was something that we felt was really important. Attention was paid to, outlining that the current food system favours the production and supply of ultra-processed, unhealthy food and beverages, and provided guidance on how to create a healthier food environment, which also would have the benefits of a more sustainable environment, so those environmental benefits. So there's an opportunity to consider how to reorientate the food system towards healthier products while creating innovation and value, and that would be an innovation, creating more healthier products, while improving the food supply. We strongly recommend the committee draw on key strategies and example actions from the National Obesity Strategy. There's 2 example actions I'd like to highlight: funding and encouraging innovation to shift domestic industries towards healthy food and/or non-food markets, investigating economic and investment policies to make farming, production and manufacturing of healthy food and drinks like fresh fruit and vegetables attractive. Evidence given by the AFGC to the inquiry notes that the health of the food and beverage manufacturing sector in Australia is robust, with its own industry report showing growth in the number of businesses and improvements in turnovers on the year before last. But the health of Australians is not robust, and must be included in the focus of reforms recommended by the committee. 2 in 3 Australian adults and 1 in 3 Australian children live with overweight and obesity. The consumption of unhealthy foods is a significant contributing factor to overweight and obesity, and increases the risk of serious diseases like type 2 diabetes, stroke and 13 different types of cancer. In Australia now, and my background's in tobacco control, we are about to the successes of decades of work around tobacco are now going to result in the burden of disease from tobacco dropping, and it will be overtaken by the burden of unhealthy weight. There is also an additional burden from unhealthy diets, and overweight and obesity will be the leading risk factor by next year, or 2025. So the costs to Australians impact them every day, impacting their quality of life, their ability to work and contribute to society, and is a huge financial burden for government. It was the most expensive risk factor for Australians' health spending by disease in 2018-19 at an estimated $4.3 billion. So we welcome the opportunity to talk to you about what other factors can be considered to reorientate our food supply to support the health of all Australians. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So how can the Australian government incentivise the food and beverage manufacturing sector to reorientate back to manufacturing healthier foods? And I suppose, when you look at it, a lot of that processed stuff is full of salt and sugars and all that sort of thing, and I don't think people realise half the time what's in the food.
Yeah, look, there's a range of things that can be done at different levels. So with labelling, for example, making the health star rating mandatory, so it's on the front of all packaged foods. It interprets the nutrition information panel, which is very complex. I know that the food ministers are starting to move towards that. The algorithm also needs to be improved, so free sugars derived from fruit aren't treated as a positive benefit for the algorithm of the rating, for example. And that would have a big impact. But that's relying on people to take on that information and be able to understand it. Another way you could do it, which is subtle, and it's something that's been done very successfully in the UK, is a levy on sugary drinks to incentivise reformulation. And this has just been recommended by the House of Representatives Diabetes and Obesity Inquiry. And that would raise between $400 and $800 million a year, but it would be send a signal to consumers. But what's happened in the UK is there's more low, no sugar products on the market. So the manufacturers have either reduced their sugar in those products, like Sprite, or they've developed new products that are low, no sugar, so they don't attract a levy. So it's it's based on the amount of sugar in the drinks. For example, there's some work that needs to be done around reformulation, banning trans fats, but setting reformulation targets, and that is now a policy that's on the table in relation to foods for babies and toddlers, but that could be and should be extended across the food supply. At the moment it's a voluntary scheme through the Healthy Food Partnership, but we need to create a level playing field for business. I'm sure you've heard a lot about that. So reformulation is another way that you could support people to be healthier, but it's almost by stealth. And shifting the food supply to products which are lower in sodium and added sugars, for example, which are two key.
So do you think, and like we get a lot of people that come through our offices in Canberra, I just feel that people have lost the skill of cooking these days. So you get the prepackaged stuff at the supermarkets, they grab it, they whack it in the microwave, and the cost factor is enormous on it. But I don't know, it seems to have dropped off at school that, once upon a time everyone did home economics, did cooking and sewing and that sort of thing, but people just don't seem to be able to cook anymore.
No, and I think we have to kind of be real to about that and say, well, let's try and ensure that the foods that people are buying, because, with both parents working, people are time poor, that's a reality. Yeah. So how do we ensure that what people are purchasing is healthier, and that people can choose a healthier option when they're shopping, really support them, because people don't have those skills despite a lot of work being done to ensure that. But that hasn't happened, and it is, it's that time factor, I think, in the convenience, as well as the cost. Yeah. But also, fruit and vegetables are, expensive, as is, as are, fresh produce. So that's an issue as well. Making that cheaper would make a big difference, and we saw that during COVID when people were getting more price support. They bought more healthier food.
I suppose, there's a lot of markets and those sort of things that people can go and get the fruit and veggies from, but it's the fact of, are they going to actually use them, or do they get thrown out at the end of the week?
Yeah, and I think Vic Health's done a lot of work in local communities to, ensure that people are getting the food, and when they go to, creating community hubs with fresh food, ensuring that it's cheap and available at a low cost. So giving them, some places giving it to them for free, and then providing it at a small cost once they come off that particular program. So that kind of work, and there's an inquiry at the moment into remote communities, and that is a really serious issue, the ability for remote communities to have access to fresh food. And in the cities we're in a cost of living crisis, those communities were already in a cost of living crisis around access to healthy food.
Very true.
I'm just going to be a little bit controversial. Firstly, I think it's very difficult to turn the big ship around, i.e. choice, consumerism, convenience, the whole lot. I like the idea of a levy is interesting. Hypothetically, if we were serious about the relationship between obesity and disease and people, should we not consider a code which actually legislated against above a certain level of what is appropriate for sugar or sodium or whatever, rather than saying to people, well, this has got less, so you buy the one that's got less sugar? Could we not consider the possibility, sorry, I don't want to, no alarm bells here, but it's a serious problem. I mean, it really is a big effort to convince people for all sorts of reasons, including socioeconomic reasons, which are one of the key drivers of cheap and available processed food. Should we look at, that sort of control of quality control should include what is acceptable levels of sugar in something that you're going to sell on the market and what isn't. And if it's doesn't meet that standard, then it can't be made available.
In a way, that's what the levy has done in the UK, because
But they're actually, it's done it because there's a monetary.
Yeah,
I'm talking about a permanent.
Yeah. And they've done, So there is an impulse. There's a stick. There's a carrot and a stick. If you reduce the sugar, you don't pay the levy. So yes. But in the UK, they did try to reformulate levels of sugar in products, but there was no stick, and it didn't work very well. And when they did, they've shown much, much more progress with a levy on changing and reformulation than trying to bring the market down over time with targets because it's voluntary. So it's been very difficult. It was called the responsibility deal. It's been much, much more effective to use a levy model to achieve sugar reductions than it has been to use a reformulation approach, which is similar to what you're talking about. So set some targets, try to bring the market down to meet those targets. It hasn't been successful, and in some cases levels of sugar have in fact gone up in products.
If it wasn't successful, I'm assuming it's the people were able to get their product on the shelf regardless of whether they breached the standard. I'm talking about actually not being able to get your product on a shelf if you breach that standard, rather than...
Yeah.
Is that what they did?
No, there was there was no kind of regulation. It was...
I'm talking about regulation.
Yeah.
Well,
I imagine that would be, if you had, like I said, a proper kind of system where it was black and white, and you have to do it by this certain time, you have to meet these targets, and if you don't do it, I mean, you know, because industry will say we need time to make these changes.
Yeah, sure.
Depending on what they are.
Yeah.
And then you could put an impost.
See, I'm interested in what you've just said about tobacco being now dropping as a burden and being overtaken by obesity. Tobacco went to brown paper bags, but pricing. This city is full of places where you can buy cigarettes at half price. There's an almighty war going on out there in relation to tobacco, so I'm not sure how long the gains we've made might last. So with obesity, where are you seeing it most as a problem? Is it amongst younger children? Is there an age group that's more vulnerable? Does it have to do with the fact that people don't walk around, don't move, don't do things like this? What are the factors?
Yeah, the biggest contributors to overweight and obesity are diet. Exercise has an impact, but the biggest contributor is what we eat. It's socioeconomically patterned. However, it's pervasive. So 85% of men, I think above the age of 55, are above a healthy weight. So that's, if a GP is seeing, this is in the waiting rooms of medical professionals all day, every day. 50% of women going into pregnancy are above a healthy weight. So what's the kind of, to your question, the key areas are probably in those early years, up to about 3. There's a big, around 25% of children are coming out of that age group above a healthy weight. So there's something happening in those early years. And then adolescence. So we're keeping children at a good weight through school, and then once they sort of get into middle to upper secondary school, it just starts going up. I think it's 42% of 18 to 24-year-olds. So there's a big jump there, and the National Obesity Strategy points to that adolescent age group, early years, and then we really need to work in pregnancy, because if you can get, because of gestational diabetes, because of the epigenetic effects of, it's passed on to your baby, those risks of type 2 diabetes if you have gestational diabetes in pregnancy. So there's some great work that's been done in places like New South Wales, where they have a Get Healthy line, where women who are pregnant become part of this support service, and they stay within a healthy weight range. It benefits their baby, and it benefits subsequent children and their partner. So you're getting a whole family with one quite intensive intervention, but they've done that for about 14 years, and there's no difference in socioeconomic status as to the effect, and that's really important, because often those interventions favour higher income, higher education, and that particular support service doesn't. But I think for GPs and health professionals, there's a lack of referral pathways for them, and those kinds of supports exist in New South Wales and Queensland, but not other jurisdictions. So that's a big problem, and this is a really big issue that affects 12 million Australians and 2 million children. I mean, that's pretty... We never had tobacco smoking at that prevalence. It's affecting a lot of people, and the fact that it's happening in these younger ages means that the burden of disease will start earlier, and a disease like type 2 diabetes has a lot of complications as you go through your life, and it will have impacts on the NDIS and our health system as well.
We took evidence this morning from La Trobe University. They have a bioagro outfit out of the university, and they're researching and wanting to go into the space of creating, foods that mitigate against these sort of health risks, especially in relation to obesity and others. Do you see that is the way forward? Again, providing food products that people can eat that would not create obesity or that would assist in addressing the onset of diabetes and other diseases. And do you partner with them? I mean, I think we're trying to get into a brave new world here.
We do have a solution already, fresh fruit and veg. I mean, it exists.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's there, but
it's there. So yeah. I think there are other barriers for people not having healthy diets. It's price, it's convenience, it's promotion. I don't think we've had a proper kind of, we've had amazing education campaigns around tobacco. We haven't had the same campaigns nationally around diet.
That's true.
We need to shift the culture. Manufacturing is one part of the system. We need to protect children from the marketing of unhealthy food. We've got to denormalise, in the same way we denormalise tobacco smoking, we need to denormalise and create a healthy, nutritious food environment. And I don't, I think that's kind of tinkering at the edges, and we know that there's something about ultra-processing that may have health impacts. So if they're processing foods and creating foods through processing, I think we're seeing that may be a health issue down the track. And it's whole, fresh. The less you fiddle with the food, the better it is. The more whole the food is, the better it is, and that's more sustainable as well for our environment.
Thank you.
I'm one of those women that had gestational diabetes, and I'd say that I was like the healthiest I've ever been was during that period, and understanding that research, seeing that was done across socio-economic backgrounds, I think is incredibly powerful. One of the things that I can't get my head around, and I think that the answer is probably economies of scales, is why healthy food costs more than processed food, knowing that with processed food you need to do stuff to it, but with healthy food, whole grains, brown rice, etc., you don't actually have to have as much human intervention into it. What's the fundamental reason why healthy food costs more? And
and look, I think that's a great question for food manufacturers. I don't really know. I think part of it is, we know these foods are highly profitable. They've got a long shelf life, and there must be incentives through the system that allow that to happen. And I think it's a really interesting question. Yeah. Part of the issue, I know, for fresh foods is around transport and the cost of transport, and this sort of centralisation of food production, which is great for, for manufacturing these ultra-processed foods, but it means that food gets moved around a lot, and it creates food insecurity as well. Like, I know WA, I'm from WA, and I know my sister said, you can't get yoghurt because there's nowhere that produces yoghurt in Western Australia. It has to come in through the rail system, and that's been washed out, and the roads have been washed out from the floods. So, once you get that concentration and that centralisation and that and that scale of production, it's definitely orientated towards the processing and ultra-processed packaged foods. That's where it's moved to, and I think this is an opportunity for the committee to look at how do we change those incentives to try and promote and support healthy food, because I'm concerned that our food bowl will shrink and we will not produce. If everybody ate a healthy diet, which I think 95% of people don't, we don't grow enough fruit and veg to provide that healthy diet. But it's really important that we have a healthy, sustainable, fresh food supply, as well as a manufacturing sector that is orientated towards production of healthy food as well.
Yeah. And do you see particular countries that do this well? Because I feel like this is a very Western problem. And
Yeah. Look, I think that's a really interesting question. And the countries who are leading around the policy reforms are Latin America. And what they've done is they've put some hexagonal warnings on foods, on packaged foods that are high in salt, sugar, energy. I think it's salt, sugar, energy. Cool. And what they found is there's been a huge reduction in sales of those products. They can't be advertised to children. But what's happened is the market shifted back to more culturally, the original sort of cultural foods, and that's really important. You don't want to just shift people to sort of other processed packaged foods. Ideally, you want this to shift them to more whole foods, and that's what that's done. And I think that's a really interesting example of a labelling initiative, which is very clear, very simple, and that's had this huge effect.
It was also interesting learning about what you were explaining with our healthy food system, and if a sugar is a natural sugar, that it's seen as a positive as opposed to a negative. And in my household, like, it's like, no, you can't drink Coke because there's sugar in Coke. And then my son, who's in year 1, is like, oh, Mum, this is Coke, no sugar, no caffeine. I can have this. And I'm like, and so a part of it and then also educating him about understanding that, like, fruit products have sugar in them, and then he's like, what's the good sugar and what's the bad sugar? Do you think that there's more education that we need, and at what stage that starts?
Look, I think we need to pull our finger out and spend a lot more here, because the costs are overwhelming. The National Health Service in the UK this is why the UK is starting to take action, because the system cannot handle the burden. So I think as part of a comprehensive approach, the education element is really important. But just to the point of equity, you've got to be very careful with education, that you are reaching everybody, and that you have a package of other levers where people don't need to be educated. They don't need to know. It's just there. Yeah. The sugar's less, or the sodium's less, or the labelling's very simple, or it's not supplied in your child's school. It's not being promoted all through sport. And, in the Minions movie, promoting, tying in with McDonald's, we've got to get rid of all of that. This is just part of the problem, and that's how you change social norms, is changing this, this environment and how our children are growing up. They're being educated around health, but the foods they're seeing, no sugar Coke, not really okay, and the climate impacts of the packaging and all of those, there's a lot of flow-on effects that children are, naturally quite interested in. So, I think there's not one thing, but it is, we need to do a range of things, and the industry is a key part of this, and a really important element and way of changing the system. And that's why I wanted to, we put in a submission. We're overwhelmed with consultations and submissions. We're very small. We're a charity, and we think this is really important to support Australians to have access to the kinds of foods they need to be healthy, because it's more and more packaged processed foods are coming on the market. Innovation is happening, but we need to shift that. We need to really say, we've got to put health in there as a concern.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript to make any corrections to that transcription.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your questions.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Go and have fun with your crash test dummies, aka Dan and Alison. All right. You're all right to go? Yep, cool. I now welcome Food Frontier. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Simon Easton, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Food Frontier.
Megan Redmond, I'm Head of Government Relations and Policy with Food Frontier.
Clara Colachoy, I'm Head of Research Strategy at Food Frontier.
Fantastic, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you care to make some opening remarks before we head to questions?
Certainly I would like to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Food Frontier thanks the Chair, the Deputy Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to participate in this important inquiry. We are very pleased to be here. Food Frontier is the independent think tank on alternative proteins in Australia and New Zealand. We are a philanthropically funded, not-for-profit, committed to growing our region's protein supply with new, sustainable and nutritious options that create value for businesses, farmers and consumers. Alternative or complementary proteins is an umbrella term covering a broad range of new and novel protein, food and beverage categories. Today, we will directly address the examples of plant-based meats, precision-fermented dairy proteins and fats, and cell-cultivated meat. Each category is in a different growth stage and has its own economic, health and sustainability value propositions, as well as their own unique challenges. What they share is the ability to support the diversification and increased resilience of Australia's food system in the face of growing global challenges such as climate change, food security and nutrition-related public health concerns, as well as disruptions to supply chains, ongoing and potentially in the future. Australia has an opportunity to become an alternative proteins powerhouse, with the existing sector already delivering domestic jobs, investment and a track record of growth and innovation. The number of alternative protein companies in Australia has risen from less than 5 in 2017 to more than 30 in 2024. This number does not include the domestic plant-based dairy manufacturers, nor does it include the growing number of startups, small and medium businesses and multinational companies across the broader value chain with capabilities in alternative proteins. For example, of the nearly 300 plant-based meat products available in 2023 in supermarkets, 63% are made by Australian manufacturers. Despite economic headwinds and slower than predicted consumer sales, Food Frontier's plant-based meat 2023 State of the Industry report revealed a maturing domestic industry with large growth opportunity, especially in the areas of food service and institutional food. However, we would echo the concerns raised by the broader food and beverage industry during this inquiry around the declining profitability of domestic manufacturing, as they are also being voiced by this category. Australia's nascent precision fermentation and cell cultivation industries are on track for substantial growth as well. There are now 9 domestic companies, and Australia is on the verge of having its first cell-cultivated meat product approved for domestic sale. If Australia positions itself correctly, global companies could use Australia as a production base to service the growing global market, bringing with them significant investment and employment opportunities, including into Australia's regional communities. Australia has the right mix of agricultural, manufacturing and research capabilities, as well as established trade routes across the Asia-Pacific region, where demand for protein is highest and will grow substantially in coming years. This will lead in the global production and export of alternative proteins. However, government leadership and enabling policies, infrastructure, R&D and co-investment are critically required to accelerate the growth of the alternative protein sector and to ensure this food manufacturing capability remains onshore. We urge the government to recognise food as a national priority and adopt the Food Security Inquiry recommendation to appoint a dedicated food minister and develop a national food plan with a dedicated strategy to grow innovative and value-adding food sectors such as alternative proteins. Recognition of food as a priority sector must also be included in the government's existing policies and funding mechanisms, including the Future Made in Australia Act and the National Reconstruction Fund. This is critical for unlocking both private and public investment, as it will send a clear message on the government's commitment to foster domestic food manufacturing capability and innovation. Food Frontiers' submission includes several other recommendations that could strategically grow the domestic alternative proteins sector, contributing to the benefit of Australia's existing agri-food industries in the regions. But key will be long-term government support to substantially scale onshore manufacturing operations. We note in particular the need for contract and co-access manufacturing facilities, as well as innovation centres that can commercialise R&D and train the generation of skilled workers that we need. Thank you for listening. We welcome your questions.
Pleasure. Anyone else? Michelle, would you
what opportunities do you think are available for exporting of your alternative proteins? Obviously there's big markets overseas where countries can't afford meat, and so what are your prospects with that?
I might hand to Clara in a moment. She can speak to some of the findings in the state of the industry on the plant-based meats. I guess for us, we see the opportunities across all of these different protein categories. Likewise, with Australia's existing protein categories, there is a large export opportunity when we're talking about, in particular, the Asia-Pacific. We do know that we did some research last year as well into some of the Asian markets where there is increasing awareness and demand for different alternative protein categories as well. So, I think when we talk about this industry and the fact that Australia itself is a relatively small consumer market, we may not necessarily always lead in consumption of these sorts of protein groups, but we can certainly lead in the development and then the export as well. It's always going to be a big export opportunity. But Clara, if I can hand to you, you can speak to some of the findings actually in the state of the industry.
Yeah, certainly. So in the case of plant-based meat, the number of Australian companies manufacturing plant-based meat products onshore and exporting them overseas doubled. The exact figures escape my mind, but it is in the report that we did table as part of our submission. And the number of companies, they're exporting to 20 different markets, and they're mostly in the Asia-Pacific region. And Asia-Pacific region is, I guess, a key target for many plant-based meat manufacturers and also other plant protein categories, given the long familiarity and consumption of plant proteins already, and the growing population in that region that's going to require more food as the population grows in that region.
There is a double-edged sword to this. There's not only the export opportunity growth for Australia, but there is the threat of export decline because of the capability being developed in some of these other countries to fill that requirement. So we all know of, for example, Singapore's 30 by 30 mission to produce 30% of its food internally by 2030. That will impact the capability of Australian companies to export if we don't keep up with providing high-quality, safe, high-standard food that we can export into those markets.
Just on that issue, and I'm sorry to interrupt, high-quality food, Singapore, lots of money, very expensive, is what we're at. Is that what we're talking about? I mean, affordability is an issue, and in Sydney we did see that company that might be the one that you're referring to, the first cell cultivated meat product.
Vow Foods, yes.
Yeah, well, they were initially, they're obviously aiming at a very high-end market with the, I guess, intention to become more broadly based and more available. But are there any other countries other than Singapore? I think Singapore is a unique situation into trying to understand where we can leverage our capability, or who else other than Singapore stands as a bit of a competitor to Australia's capacity to develop and leverage.
There's two ways of responding to that.
Yep.
The first is Singapore has become this focus area for a lot of international companies, and VOW is no exception to that, because of the way in which their regulator operates. They have invested very, very heavily in the technical skills required within the regulator to be able to fast-track submissions. So that issue and the development of Singapore as this focus area for VOW Foods and for American companies trying to get their product to market is one about the expediency and the cost of getting through a regulatory process. On the flip side, in terms of developing domestic capability to meet demand, we're seeing a lot of development in countries like South Korea, or development in Japan, although our export markets with Japan are different from what they are, say, with China. China is investing very, very heavily in these technologies, particularly in things like precision fermentation. So there's a danger that we're going to fall behind being a potential market leader and have that competitive advantage of first to market with some of these technologies and some of these products. So in filling that gap, whether it's a regulatory process or whether it's government investment in some of these new technologies, we're seeing countries like South Korea, countries like Thailand and elsewhere in the Middle East, for example, that are ramping up that capability and support from government. We recently produced a report showing where we would fit in a league table around across a number of variables where Australia compares to some of the leading countries in the world, such as Canada, such as Denmark, such as Israel. And out of the limited number we looked at, we came 10th. Or in fact, 11th out of 11 in terms of our country and our other independent private investment into these new technologies and sectors. That's not to say we're not doing it, and there could be a whole string of countries behind us, but of the leaders, we are falling behind.
If I can add there actually to your question in part about price, if we're talking in the context of a cost of living crisis, this is a category that probably doesn't answer immediate issues around how do you access these sort of proteins cheaply. But that's in part because of the youth of the sector. It is still young and it's also not at scale. And there is a lot of investment that is required to bring it to scale. And I'm talking quite specifically on the plant-based side. There needs to be scale in the infrastructure. And then when you're talking into the more novel foods, so precision fermentation, cell cultivation, they have a long lead time still to get to market. There is the regulatory piece, but then there'll also be the investment required to bring them to scale. So them coming to price parity with existing proteins is a journey. It should be said that plant-based meats report did find that they have made traction there. They are reducing in costs, and some of them actually are doing it at their own expense in recognising that as a new category, there is still work to be done in getting consumers to adopt them as part of a regular diet. So they are trying to stomach that cost so that they can still be, a viable option for consumers. Back to the question as well, though, around exports. When we're talking about exports of these products, regulation, Singapore has approved select cell-cultivated as well as precision fermentation products, cell-cultivated meat and select precision fermentation dairy products, as has Canada, Israel and the US. But that's so far it. That's also because a number of these products worldwide haven't yet got to the regulatory stage. It's a very new sector. There is a lot of work to be done to get it to market at scale as well. But back to, how are we as an export opportunity? It is around plant-based meats to begin with. As we said, we've already got companies who are exporting to success. But perhaps what is of particular is an exciting opportunity for Australia is actually in the plant protein ingredient export opportunity. We've already got that sort of capability onshore. It's, from our perspective, remarkably lower than what Australia could have, but that is turning what we already grow into a value-added product. So, for instance, turning a fava into a plant protein, into a concentrate or an isolate or a textured vegetable protein. We, at the moment, import a vast majority of our plant protein ingredients for use across a number of food and beverage categories, as well as into as aquaculture or animal feed. We have a high reliance on imports. And we see a great opportunity for Australia to invest in that sort of capability onshore, in the fractionation capability, which is what would be turning pulses, for instance, or what we already do in a number of cereals into these sorts of ingredients. But that's already an existing export opportunity, because for most markets we'd be exporting to, the regulation would already approve these products as they're long-standing ingredients, foods we've been eating for a long time.
Yeah, if you just permit me one moment, Chair. I think it's important to distinguish between these different categories because they're very different kinds of things. So we think about plant-based meat because we've all experienced it, we see it in the supermarkets. The biggest opportunity for Australia, without doubt, is into food manufacturing with ingredients. So just about everything we eat that's processed on the shelves has things like milk powder, either as a fortification or egg proteins in there because they have a binding or a gelation functionality. There's enormous capability with precision fermentation to produce those ingredients that then go into food manufacturing, both onshore and offshore. So selling the ingredient internationally, but also selling the end product. And that's why these new technologies offer enormous potential for Australia. It's not specifically about a product that we can all see and think of. It is actually about the diversification of ingredient supply, whether it's plant proteins through fractionation or whether it's about precision fermented dairy proteins, lipids, fats, etc., or whether it's cultivated meat grown in bioreactors and so on. It's really around the ingredient that's going into the food production rather than the end product.
Can I just ask about, with the plant-based meats, because I'm from the Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, so obviously we've copped a fair bit of feedback from upset farmers about using the word meat in these products, and also just talking to people that are vegetarian, vegan, and that are happy enough to eat alternative protein products, but not necessarily having the taste of meat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the marketing behind that? Like, why did you decide? And it's probably not you that have done it, but to
Sure.
call it meat when it's actually.
Sure.
Yes,
I'll ask Clara to immediately comment on that because she's been heavily involved in that.
Thanks, Chair. It's a good question. I'll just note that there's no products at the moment that currently they call themselves meat. Plant-based meat is the category name, but there's no product saying we are meat. There are use of animal meat terms such as chicken style or beef style, and they're used, I guess, as an indicator to tell the consumer this is going to taste like chicken or it's going to be used like chicken, but it's very much telling the consumer this is not chicken because the selling point is that it's like chicken but not chicken. And the reason why some people do ask me quite often, why does it need to taste or look like chicken? And the reason is, why do you have an alcohol-free beer? You know you need to drink a bit less, but you still want to take something familiar and easy to drink at the barbecue on Sunday. In the same way, there's people who need to reduce the amount of meat that they eat, maybe for health reasons, or they just want to cut down a bit. And by offering them a familiar format in a mince product or a sausage product, it allows them to reduce their overall meat consumption with a very familiar, easy to substitute product. That can be, substituted once or twice a week. So it's not about trying to trick anybody into buying a product. I don't think that anybody would eat a plant-based meat product and think that it was animal meat at this stage just yet. It tastes very similar to, and it acts similar to, but it's more just to provide that familiarity. And another point on that is that it's not targeted to the consumer group of vegetarians and vegans primarily. It's targeted at flexitarians who are looking to reduce their meat consumption for whatever reason that is. There's people who have health issues, there's people who have environmental concerns, or those who have concerns around sustainability. There's a myriad of reasons, but overall it's just that bigger group, because the vegetarian and vegan consumer group, it hasn't really grown, and it's quite a small consumer group. So most plant-based meat brands in Australia are not targeting that group specifically.
No. I think, certainly, I have a daughter that's vegetarian / vegan, and so I hear about all of this. But I think when you go out for dinner and people are offered that vegan meal or whatever, then they're served up the plant-based meat is probably an issue that some venues don't actually understand.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a big education piece around venues and in food service learning how to cook with these products. But I think in the case of my brother, who's been vegetarian for a long time, he says it's now great when he can travel regionally, and at least there's food chains like Guzman y Gomez, which have a plant-based mushroom alternative that he can rely on, because he's sick of just always eating the grilled capsicum when he goes regionally. And there is at least something, or he can go to Hungry Jack's and get a plant-based burger, and he knows it's got protein in it, and it's a better alternative than the kind of sad stuff that often vegans or vegetarians are offered in place. So it's just increasing the choice and the options for people who want to eat in a different way.
Well, it's an important point because, as you've just informed us about your daughter, none of these fast food companies, food service companies, are doing this because they're particularly trying to push, an ideology or a mission. They're doing it because very often you'll have a family that want to go out and eat, and one member of the family who's made a personal choice to be vegetarian or vegan cannot eat in that facility. So they're providing that, and the fast food chains were the first to do this, recognising young people wanted to go to McDonald's or Hungry Jack's and they had no option. So they're driving this around just making sure they've got that, it's a business model. It's not an ideological decision. I think the other thing to recognise is that Food Frontier's position on this is very strong about self-regulation. We advise the industry around what we think is acceptable, not acceptable, what they should be doing, shouldn't be doing. So we've been involved in a number of the word we would use.
Audits?
Yes, a number of audits around the use of terminology and advising the industry as to how to self-regulate and to make sure they don't cross boundaries and therefore not to create tension between the use of those terms. And as Clara has said, you won't find people calling this stuff meat on their packaging. That's become a generic term that's talked about, say, in the media, but it's not actually on packaging that they're presenting.
Come on.
Yeah, look, I find this really interesting because there are very fine lines here. A plant-based meat product, the concept around that being that it gives people a sense of security or familiarity when they want to reduce their meat intake, but it's not targeted to vegetarians who actually don't eat meat. That kind of doesn't... And then there is this issue of conditioning people to believe that there is meat and plant-based meat as opposed to... I'm just finding that... Isn't it confusing? What are we trying to do here? I get the takeaway people. Yes, they have to have vegetarian options for families who don't have hamburgers and things. That's straightforward. There's a straightforward honesty in that.
Yes.
But this other stuff is kind of
All
blurs
of the market
lines. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just trying to understand it. Yeah.
So all of the market research shows that people are not confused. In fact, where there is confusion, it's very often...
I don't think people would be in terms of thinking they're getting meat. I'm wondering why it needs to be referred to as meat. That's what I'm saying.
I suppose it's it's the communication of it. Like if you introduce a new product and you've no idea what that product is, for instance, tofu has been around for a long time. We know how to use tofu.
It's never described as meat, though.
No, it's not. As an example,
Yeah.
tempeh, for instance, is newer to the market, or at least the Australian market. We probably know how to use it less.
Yes.
If you were to introduce an entirely new product, the ability to engage with that product without having somehow learnt in advance what that product does, taste like, functions, where you can use it as when you're trying to actually get market traction, it can be very difficult to pull in an entirely new ingredient. Plant-based meats, I think a lot of the thinking, and I'd clarify as well, we're not the industry body, so we don't actually represent any of the companies.
That's fine.
We can just appreciate where they come from, is that it's a communication piece. If it's plant-based, and that is key, and that is on all product labelling, is the clarification that this is a plant-based product, so there isn't meat in it. It should be noted as well, we strongly support clear labelling and engagement with the label, especially a nutrition panel, and education required for customers, consumers, to be able to understand what they're looking at on a label. But the communication piece is, if this is a plant-based meat, it's a chunk style. Oh, I know what to do with that. I can put that into my stir fry. Or if it's a plant-based burger, I know what that looks like. I know how to use that. I can engage with that more. I think part of the issue as well in having it gone through the retail as the first sort of point of contact for consumers, again, is still, yes, we're trying to say you can use this like you would have a conventional meat product, but it still cooks differently. It doesn't function exactly the same. And so that's why when we talk about really some of the exciting growth opportunities for the industry is actually into food service, where chefs can be taught and trained with these food products and actually give them to consumers in a format that they would enjoy them, and then seek out them themselves to cook at home. But it's a communication piece to help consumers understand how that food can be used.
And I think we recognise, as you do, that some parts of the community that might call themselves vegan or vegetarian are very committed to a plant-forward, plant-centric type diet. Those people who wish to change some of their dietary choices and eating habits are not about to convert to suddenly cooking everything with plants. Most people would find it difficult to understand, how do I convert these dried beans into a meal I don't know, and my kids won't eat it, because they want to eat their chicken nuggets or whatever else. So part of this industry has been able to provide an analogue where consumers can say, I understand this food, I can put it in the oven, warm it up just like I would its animal equivalent, and so I can provide for my family without me struggling with, I don't know what to do, I don't even know what these plants are, you learn how to cook them and use them.
Can I just ask you on that? do vegetarians, do you know what proportion, well you wouldn't, I don't know how you'd know this, but anyone would know this actually, but vegetarians are inclined to buy plant-based meat, yes or no?
Yes.
They are?
Yes.
There are.
So
It depends on, there's
yeah.
different, with the plant-based meat category, it's a really wide category. Think of any other category you see in retail, cereals, for example. There's products that are aimed purely at taste, and they are just going for a hedonistic kind of purchaser. And then there's products that are aimed at health, and there's products that are aimed at the more vegetarian market. And you can see in terms of the labelling that they're using, the terms that they're using, and even the formats that they're choosing to present their products in. So there's a broad kind of spectrum. There's different products for different people, and there are certainly, I know plenty of vegetarians that eat plant-based meat. They will like some brands and not others, just like I know a lot of meat eaters who will eat plant-based meat, but they'll only eat certain brands because that's the brand that delivers for them the best taste.
And yet it's not vegetarian food. It wouldn't be promoted as vegetarian food.
That depends per product.
It depends on the product. Most of them are vegetarian.
And we try to avoid labelling things vegetarian, vegan, simply because it's not a homogenous group. There are vegans who won't eat plant-based meat because it's trying to imitate meat.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
on a principle, they won't eat it, and they're very committed to plant-forward
But
diet.
that'd have to be a small group, surely. You couldn't be that anal
But
about
they
it.
exist. And I'd say, plant-based meats as well, it's with any category, like with any of the emerging proteins, it's not about one protein is the protein for all. It's always about the diversity of choice. In Australia, we have the luxury, most people, of choice, and this is about enabling consumers for their variety of drivers. If it's health, if it's finance, if it's sustainability, if it's novelty, it's about providing those options, because at the same time it is an economic opportunity for Australia to invest in this sort of capability. Because like I said, even if Australia isn't the leading market and isn't necessarily going to be driving consumption of alternative proteins, we can export and we can tap into the markets where they are.
I think the other thing worth saying is, will the plant-based meat sector still be here in 30, 40 years' time? Well, who knows? It is of this moment, and it has come about because of various consumer concerns and various market opportunities. The biggest opportunity for protein supply and diversification is coming from some of these other technologies. And I'll just give you one example to illustrate what I mean by this. Plant-based meat, you're asking the consumer to make a specific, conscious choice over what they're doing. Precision fermentation gives an opportunity to substitute ingredients that have come from one source with a more sustainable source, possibly at a better economic model for the producer. So, for example, if you think of cheese on pizzas, the consumer doesn't really care where that cheese came from, how it was produced. It's fairly synthetic. They don't think about it in terms of it came from the dairy farmer down the road. In the future, if you had precision fermented casein proteins instead of some of the dairy proteins, for example, that are producing cheese wholesale across the planet, the consumer still gets their pizza. They still like the stringiness of it. They still like the taste of it. The price is still good. In fact, it might even be cheaper. So we're not asking the consumer to make a choice. It's actually the manufacturer who's making a business decision for all sorts of reasons, including sustainability and environmental credentials, into the production of food using an ingredient. That's the biggest opportunity for Australia. So we can get kind of caught up in the kind of the plant-based meat movement. We're seeing the opportunity around the diversification of protein supply as an ingredient, whether it's into plant-based meat, precision fermentation goods and products, or cultivated meat, etc.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation today and your attendance. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript to make any corrections to that transcription. So, yeah, really appreciate your time, and we will suspend proceedings until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, yep. Representatives from Ozveg. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Michael Coote, CEO.
Lucy Gregg, GM of Public Affairs.
Terrific, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make opening statements before we get to questions?
Yes, please. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. Ozveg represents Australia's vegetable, potato and onion industry and the growers responsible for producing 1/3 of the national horticultural output. This is around $5.8 billion of the $16.3 billion total horticulture production value. Given that 36% of Australian-grown vegetables are processed into manufactured goods, our industry strongly supports a robust and thriving food manufacturing sector. Food and beverage manufacturing accounts for 32% of Australia's total manufacturing output, contributing 6.5% of GDP and employing over 240,000 people. It is our largest and arguably Australia's most important manufacturing sector, but like all manufacturing in this country, it faces significant challenges. In particular, extremely high operating costs compared to much of the world. Many of these challenges are also front of mind in the vegetable industry. Our growers are confronting surging production costs, labour shortages, a heavy compliance burden and downward pressure on farm gate prices. All of these are forcing growers to operate on increasingly narrow, if not negative, margins. Recent Ozveg surveys show more than 1/3 of vegetable growers are considering leaving the industry in the next 12 months due to these challenges. Losing growers at that rate would jeopardise the availability of fresh produce to food and beverage manufacturers and Australian consumers. Cost pressures are also being felt by consumers, with many turning to frozen and canned vegetables as lower cost alternatives. Unfortunately, much of this demand is being filled by cheaper overseas imports, and these imports are vulnerable to disruptions in their long supply chains, as the recent shortage of tinned beetroot demonstrated. Despite the challenges, there is great potential in Australia's food and beverage manufacturing industry. Demand in domestic and international markets for Australian food products is strong. Manufacturing also offers environmental benefits by creating value-added products from the produce lost during production or packing, which account for 35% of vegetable and fruit waste in the supply chain. One example here in Victoria is a grower-owned company taking excess Australian vegetables and turning them into high-value, nutrient-dense powder. This company has diverted more than 280 tonnes of vegetables from waste, creating an extra 3.8 million serves of vegetables. To replicate success stories like this, we must address the industry's challenges so it can invest in efficiencies and innovation. Our submission calls for plans to improve the resilience of Australia's food supply chain, increase vegetable consumption, reduce cost and labour pressures on growers, and grants to assist industry adopt innovation in food and beverage manufacturing. This government has rightly identified a resurgence in Australian manufacturing as a priority, and food and beverage is Australia's largest manufacturing sector, and with the appropriate support has the capacity to grow even further to the benefit of all Australians. Thank you for your time today, and my colleague and I are here to answer any of your questions.
Ms. Gregg, have you got anything you want to add to that?
No, thank you.
No, get straight into the interrogation.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I was just thinking, what are their opportunities, or where are the opportunities that we could improve the links between producers and food manufacturers?
Well, I think one of the things that is really important is that we have a lot of waste in the vegetable industry, and that's largely around the fact that we have quite tight customer specifications. And so it's the interlinked relationship between manufacturing and the vegetable industry is quite strong. So vegetables which are out of spec are really good for processing, whether it be pasta sauces or things like that. And growers are always looking for avenues to try and find outlets, but often the disconnect is between the manufacturer might be in one state, but the raw product is in another state. So, and obviously costs of freight and those types of things. The other thing is that waste is very, very low return, and often the manufacturer see it as a favour as taking the waste, and so that's also an issue. So, vegetable growers typically are price takers, as can be seen by the latest supermarket inquiries, and that's a real challenge for the industry.
You've encouraged increased consumption of vegetables as a measure to support producers and deliver benefits for Australia. Are there any examples internationally of where this has been achieved, or can you expand further on that recommendation?
Look, certainly, as an industry, we've invested in a range of research and development over the years with a lot of pilot programs to increase consumption in different settings, and looking at research and other programs that have happened internationally. There's a program in the UK called Peas Please, which had a lot of success over the last 5 or so years. But what's been evident is without a long-term sustained behavioural change program targeting a whole range of different settings-based interventions to a whole range of different age cohorts and invested in over the longer term, it's really difficult to get that change that actually turns people into long-term consumers of vegetables. So some recent research from through our industry research and development levy has basically plotted out a program out to sort of 2030 that would require substantial investment to achieve, targeting a range of different settings: retail, home, schools, early childhood, etc., to try and turn a range of younger people into lifetime vegetable consumers. But the piecemeal approach that's been taken over the years is difficult to see that leading to meaningful change and actually seeing the increased consumption that can have the huge benefit at the farm gate in terms of more vegetables consumed and sold by producers, and also has additional benefit to the Australian economy through reduced burden on the federal health spend for preventable diseases. But to answer your question, there's not a single model that has worked successfully internationally in one standalone program, and so our industry is investing in trying to map out a program that is quite large and ambitious, that would actually have a meaningful ability to try and arrest what is an alarmingly low consumption rate. And some of the research and modelling that's been done very recently by our industry and will be published shortly shows that consumption's actually around about 1.8 serves per Australian per day, which is less than some of the other published figures that say that it might be around 2.4, and that's accounting for food waste data and some of these other types of bottom-up quant modelling.
Just my last question before I hand over to the Deputy Chair is, you talk about market, the lack of market transparency in the vegetable sector. Can you sort of elaborate on that for me, about what that means? And
yes, this has been probably unpacked a lot in the supermarket inquiries as well. So when a grower negotiates with a supermarket, the supermarket has all the grower, they get quotations from all the growers, whether it be, the supply of broccoli for a week. And so they can sit there and go, grower X is offered $18 and Y is offered $22 and whatever's offered $16. And yet the grower has no transparency at all. And so, the supermarket holds all the power and then can just go back to all the growers and say, okay, we're going to offer $15. And the growers can't talk amongst themselves. So that's sort of what when we talk about price transparency, is that there is, an unfair power balance and information flow. So the growers don't have, they don't see any of the consumer insights unless they have to pay for them, and they don't see, any of the trends. But we also know that with particularly vegetables, most people will buy 3 vegetables put on their plate. So if zucchini's on special, they won't buy broccoli. So it's just substitution, and we've already just heard how hard it is to get consumption up. And so that's one of the real issues, is that because 96% of Australian vegetables are consumed here by Australians, we don't have huge export market opportunities because a lot of the vegetables we produce are actually perishable. So most of our exports are potatoes, onions and carrots, the harder vegetables. So when we start talking about some of the vegetables with short lifespans, we can't say, the domestic market's flat, let's export. We just don't have those opportunities.
can I just on that transparency thing, so when the supermarket talking to the growers? Are they on a sort of confidentiality agreement or something about where you said they can't talk to each other? And
it's collusion. So the same thing applies. So so typically how it works is that, for instance, on a Monday, the growers will quote a price for that week's, actually for the next week's supply, and they'll give a volume as well, and that's all they know. And then the supermarket or the retailer might ring up and go, oh, look, you know, the price is 16. You've quoted 18, so unless you're prepared to drop to 16, we can't give you any orders this week. And so the growers, they're going, I've got 5 hectares of broccoli out there, I've got a harvest, I'll have to take.
Is there a place for like a cooperative setup where there's a single desk type of duopoly has to ring Ausveg and Ausveg say, yep, you work out whatever the average pricing is or something and say that's what it is? Or
there are opportunities under the ACCC.
Like a single desk type?
Yeah, collective bargaining is an option under the ACCC, but the benchmarks, you've got to be turnover less than $10 million, and a significant number of our growers would be over that. So that's one of the things that we have put in our ACCC submission, is that that the collective bargaining arrangements are varied, so that it is an option for growers if they want to pursue that.
Yes. I just wanted to ask you about the biosecurity. So your submission calls for an increase in the capacity and capability of government biosecurity services. Could you expand on, excuse me, how growers have been impacted in recent years by biosecurity incursions? And I know that, well, particularly with plants, but, there's been a lot of things that has come into this country, so obviously there's not enough checks in place to find out if there is something, infected in fruit and veggies coming in.
Yes, biosecurity is obviously a significant issue for the industry, and there has been quite a few notable incursions, in varroa mite in particular, which affects flowering or pollination of some vegetable crops. So it is something that the industry has been lobbying strongly for, is that the introduction of a container levy, brown marmorated stink bug and things like that. I mean, a lot of these pests that come as hitchhikers.
Yep.
So we do feel that we need strong border checks. The industry pays already strong levies around biosecurity. They play in the vegetable industry. They play a plant health levy and a plant response levy as well. So we talk about biosecurity being a shared responsibility, but certainly a lot of those risks have come from containers and things like that. So we want to see a strong spending to protect our borders and our industries, because there are there's ongoing pest risks all the time.
And I'm from tropical Queensland, and there was an issue a few years ago with wanting to bring the pineapples in, and they had that I think it was from Malaysia, and they had the exploding pineapples, and anyway I think it was in the tops of them, and they got around that. But I mean, sometimes these things come in with free trade deals, and so it does make it difficult. I just also wanted to ask you about that fresh veggies in Australia are unbranded or generic. Do you think that if grapes that were coming from the Riverina or somewhere would be a bit better selling point if it was marketed as a brand of a certain area than just everything thrown in together?
I think that's something that the industry's been calling for, and a survey, some research that was done by Hort Innovation a few years ago, it was something around 40 or 50% of Australian consumers didn't actually realise that their vegetables were growing in Australia. So I think that's a real gap. We take it for granted as the vegetable sector that consumers understand where their fresh vegetables come from, particularly vegetables. with only 4% of vegetables imported, and that's, might be something such as asparagus, which we can't actually grow. So the industry does an amazing job in feeding the nation, but given the current difficulties and the financial viability of the sector, imports are certainly going to be something that's probably going to be, a reality moving forward.
One of the key barriers that consumers do highlight as a constraint in buying more vegetables is cost, perceived cost. And so I think, geographical indicators, all those types of things might be useful for certain types of products or certain crops, but for the breadth of just fresh vegetables that are sold loose, I'm not convinced that if it was highlighted, given our national supply chain, that the broccoli this week on your shelf would come from this region or that region, whether that might have the desired impact. No. I don't think it could hurt, but I think there's other barriers that we can address that might lead to increased consumption.
Thank you. That's all.
I just wanted to go to number 7, 8 and 9 of your recommendations, which call for improvements to the PALM scheme, the development of an ag visa or a harvest work visa, and then the development of National Labour Hire Licensing Scheme. In another committee that I sit on, the Immigration Committee, we take a lot of evidence around this particular area. And over the years, there's been a lot of attempts to try and rectify some of the unintended or perhaps often intended consequences of these particular visas. What is the problem with them at the moment that you feel needs to be further addressed or improved upon?
Look, the PALM scheme was an amazing scheme, particularly during COVID. The numbers of workers from the Pacific Islands, were absolutely essential in harvesting crops and planting crops in the vegetable industry and, in fact, all of horticulture. The recent changes to the PALM deed and guideline, though, have made it a compliance burden on our growers, and the changes to the 30-hour-a-week averaging, that was going to have a significant impact on the industry just due to weather and crop availability and all those sort of factors. Thankfully, it did become average. It was always average over 8 weeks, and then it was just going to be average per week, and now it's gone back to 4 weeks. So that's certainly alleviated some of the issues. But still, the changes around accommodation, around some of the pastoral care, it's just become such a cumbersome program now, particularly for smaller growers which don't have HR managers and have to do all the paperwork themselves. So we have seen a significant number of growers exit PALM. And with the increasing number of backpackers that have come into country, they've switched labour to the backpackers, which we're actually seeing in our survey results as well. So growers also need a flexible workforce. So when they're harvesting or when there's peaks in the crop, or when they switch to a hand-harvested crop such as broccoli, and they need to sort of ramp up their workforce. So a lot of them may have a baseline of permanent staff, but then they need a flexible staff to ramp up and down depending on those crop demands.
What would you see an agricultural visa look like if we've got the backpackers, which are designed to address some of those issues, and there's a couple of other schemes as well. What does an ag visa look like that's different to the other visas that are in the mix?
Look, we would see an ag visa as being a short-term visa, 6 weeks to 3 months, which would allow people to come in and harvest a crop and then go again, but without the burden of the PALM scheme. So in the PALM scheme, for instance, growers have to pay for all the airfares and bring them over here. It's all got to be planned, but a more nimble type of visa which would fill the gap. But the one thing that we talk about in that issue around the National Labour Hire Licensing Scheme is that we totally condemn any unethical treatment of workers, and it's a real frustration for our whole industry that some bad eggs ruin it for everyone. And that's why we would really like to see a national labour hire licensing scheme, and we want, stricter penalties, and we just want those sort of people out of the industry because it is tarnishing our whole reputation. And we've got the 88, or the review of regional migration at the moment, and there's talk about removing the 88-day work requirement for regional Australia, which would have a devastating impact on our industry. But a lot of that is focused around the unethical treatment of workers, and we would say a vast majority of our employees are doing the right thing. So we'd really like to see better resourcing of border force and fair work, and a national labour hire licensing scheme to make sure that we can, tackle these unethical employers.
Just on that, finally, just on the issue of the ag visa, its very short duration and its flexibility, where would you envisage such a workforce to come from? Because the backpacker visa itself is both the combination of tourists and working, and that's led to a whole series of positive and unintended consequences. But something like this, which is specifically targeted, where would that workforce come from? Have you thought about what the possibilities of that actually happening are?
Yes, look, in our previous submissions into other inquiries, we've spoken about Vietnam, where there's already an agreement, but even Indonesia or India, because we also know that the PALM scheme is challenging some of those specific island countries because of that, the brain drain and that lack of, so many people are moving into, into the PALM scheme, and that some of those countries are now struggling to keep the workforce, within their own country. So we would see, strategically, Vietnam, Indonesia, or India is probably three countries that would be ideal for a harvest visa. There's probably more, but I know that.
Would it be like a fly-in, fly-out proposition, and people that would be coming in would be responsible for their own airfares? I mean, what would? I guess that's what I'm looking at to make it a realistic proposition.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's how we would see it. But certainly the wages that they could earn here. They could take back and have, make a significant impact. And obviously there would need to be some checks and balances to make sure, they wouldn't want to come out here and not have work and go to the expense of paying for the airfares, or say the companies might fund the airfares and then the workers pay them off, or something along, those sorts of lines. But, but we think a 3-month harvest visa would really be suitable, but we would also very much push the continuation of the 88-day work requirement for the backpackers.
Just one last question. Why are Australian vegetables unbranded?
You might have to ask the retailers. Yes. That's literally, you'll find very little branding in the fresh produce area, whether it be fruits or vegetables.
Yep.
You obviously have generic pre-packs of carrots and potatoes and things like that. But yes, and we know branding builds consumer engagement. We know branding can help with storage tips. Branding can help with, health messages, linking consumers to websites and things like that. So a lack of branding is certainly hampering the vegetable industry in promoting their product.
Is that something that you as a body could look at, to have AusVeg branding to say it's Australian, not imported rubbish?
Well, there is, when you go to the supermarket, it does have product of Australia there, but I think that engagement, that provenance is something that we really see. Building value is something really important in trying to increase vegetable consumption.
We see that through other products, whether it be, meat in particular, that story. Over the journey of this, we've learned about, with other things such as spirits, about to talk about the story of where it's come from, where it's gone, and using that as a marketing advantage? Is that something that Ozveg could look into for themselves to say, well, you know, this is a fantastically grown King Lake potato, you know, or something like that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I guess a lot of fresh produce is used as almost a loss leader to attract people into store. You know, a lot of the retail stores you go into, it's through the fresh produce area, and given the low value category that we are and the perceived price point being too high, or a lot of consumers seeing it too high, branded produce would arguably attract a premium. And so, yeah, to I guess stand up a national single brand might have some attributes, would certainly be challenging to get across the line, but it is an interesting opportunity to explore.
Sure. All right, well, thank you very much for today, much appreciated. You'll get a copy of the transcript to look at any corrections on that transcription.
Thank you.
Thank you. Better behave now.
I now welcome representatives from Starwood Distillery. For Hansard record, could you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
I'm Simon Martin from Starwood Distillery, CEO.
I'm David Vitale, the founder.
I'm Sam Slaney, Production Director.
Terrific. And thank you for your hospitality yesterday. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself, so giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. So I'd like to ask if anyone would like to make some opening statements before we get to questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today before the committee, and of course for coming yesterday to the distillery. We started Starwood with a very bold ambition to take Australian whisky to the world. And as we discussed yesterday, this is a modern Australian whisky, something that sort of looks to the future of what whisky can be as opposed to the past. And in doing so, we kind of combine brewing and winemaking know-how, because nothing says Australia like beer and wine. So beer plus wine equals whisky in our world, right? And we do that in an urban environment, which is quite different to the testimony that you've heard from other distillers, quite unique in the world of whisky. We employ over 50 staff members in our Port Melbourne distillery and bar, and in addition to that, there are 10 employees that solely focus on export market development for Starward. We pioneered the route to market for Australian spirits. In fact, I relocated my family to the United States to build the Starward brand with trade and consumers and global travel retail. I'm proud to say that we're Australia's largest whisky exporter, but it's very difficult to be a category of one. Research commissioned by Australian distillers into the spirits industry indicates that the Australian spirits could be worth over $1 billion in exports, but we need the right policy settings to do that. Obviously, you've heard from my colleagues about having a more sustainable excise environment, which is really important for certainty in the marketplace as we invest in the future. We require investment to build in skills and capability, and I think that overarching that category of one challenge is creating demand for Australian spirits. So leveraging the strength of Brand Australia through coordinated support, government support, in the likes of what wine has done with Wine Australia. Just like wine and our track record with beef and lamb and vitamins and seafood, we're an agricultural value-added product, and I think that we want to bring that connection to agriculture that we have as a spirits industry to the fore. Every tonne of barley that Starward uses, which typically is exported overseas to Scotland and Japan, ironically, for their whisky industries, can be value added right down the road in Port Melbourne into $40,000 worth of Starward. And we export that to the world, and it's world beating too. I'm really happy to be here, and we welcome questions. My colleagues, Sam, employee number one, can take care of production, capability, sort of questions and procurement and sustainability. And Simon, our CEO, has a long history in the winemaking industry, so obviously can talk to some of those opportunities, that the parallels in the wine world. And certainly my experience in the export and seeking investment are areas that I can cover. Thank you.
Well, I'll start up, so we'll go straight at Simon for this one. Like many in the sector, because the Distillers Association have been very strong about talking about a Spirits Australia type brand, can you take us through, from your perspective, an understanding of how you'd see that operating, how would it be established, how would it be funded, an idea of how you think an organisational structure would be, how many people, who it involves?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, as David just alluded to, a category of one is the starting point, and to create a positioning for the industry overseas, there's a massive, the coattails of Brand Australia that can be built on and upwards from a reputation point of view, but also from a credentials point of view. I think the most important thing to do is to influence trade and media overseas around awareness that Australia makes world-class spirits, just like we have other world-class product. The imagery is already set for that. There's a lot of learnings out of what the wine industry did with putting together the Wine Australia body decades ago to be a voice for the industry around the world. And I think something similar to that would make sense, but there would be a lot of things you would do differently. I think banding together to promote Australian spirits would be powerful. At its simplest, it would be a promotional body, I think, to help open doors, talk to influencers and facilitate introductions for the producers to enter those markets and to get in front of the trade and consumers. Funding is an interesting one. I think the wine model would not work for the spirits model in terms of funding. The reason being, and I can speak for Starwood, but probably as a representative of the industry, they wouldn't be able to afford a contribution to that body in the same way that the wine producers have. We do not have the scale or the structure in the business model to do that at this point, because it is an infancy sort of position versus wine, which is much more mature. So I think it would be an opportunity to look at the way tax is, imposted on wine versus on spirits, and look at a way where there could be an adjustment there to facilitate something like a body for spirits to be set up. It doesn't need to be enormous. It needs to just have quality people who have the right connections in the right markets. I think the place to start would be in Asia, given it is on our door and is a premium market. For us, we're already seeing great inroads in Korea and Taiwan, as an example, and I think you could make a big impact pretty quickly.
Terrific, thank you. And the other, of course, the other big element is excise. Have you sort of sat down as an industry or a business and said, well, okay, if we pause for 2 years, what would be the cost on that? What would be the going forward on the forward estimates? How much money, could be made or could be lost on that? Or
I throw it to Dave on that one.
Yeah. Just for the record, I'm also the Vice President of Australian Distillers Association. So we, as an industry, have done a lot of work at looking at this. And I think in our submission, formally, but also in Canberra, we spoke of the UK model where they froze 9, I think, out of the last 11 or 12 excise increases, and the government's revenue from excise actually increased during that period of time. We've crossed a threshold now, as we've discussed, over $100 per litre of alcohol, and it's becoming quite tenuous at best. I haven't had a chance to listen to what my colleagues in the brewing industry spoke about, but I'm sure there's a common theme there that businesses are doing it tough, and that relevancy piece is becoming increasingly difficult. But our understanding of what we've seen in different markets around the world is a freeze would actually be more than likely an opportunity to collect further tax as opposed to less.
The UK model, yeah, I've read about the UK model, but I'm more interested in how, getting work done on how the Australian market would work. Because, if any of us go to any treasury, doesn't matter what colour they are, and you say you want to stop income, you're pretty brave at the best of times. So how do we present the evidence to say, if you do a 2-year pause, it will cost X amount of dollars up front, but however the growth market would be X, Y and Z?
I think there's 2 ways of looking at it, Chair. The first is that actually, if we have a pause, I don't know that the premise that it's going to cost the government revenue is a valid argument based on the increases that we've seen over the last year and a half and what impact that's had on excise revenue. So I think the premise is probably flawed in the first instance. And the second is that giving that degree of certainty enables businesses like ours to invest ahead of the curve. That investment goes into infrastructure, it goes into jobs, it goes into putting away more whiskey, which is buying more barley from farmers. So the multiplier effect, I think Mandala had it at 2.3 times for every dollar invested in the industry that we're getting back. I mean, from our point of view, just $1 extra spent on barley is $100 worth of extra whiskey we can sell. I mean, it's pretty profound when you put it in that context. And so, on 2 fronts, the first being, I think the premise that it's going to cost the budget money is flawed. We're at a threshold rate now.
We've got no evidence to support that.
Well, there's been 2 well, I mean, there's been, since I've been making whiskey, 30 increases to tax, and obviously the excise revenue's gone up. But I think we've come to an inflection point where actually it's not increasing at the same rate. So we're actually losing excise share. But the Spirits and Cocktails Australia paper and Australian distillers have a clear understanding of that. And as a business, we look to them to support like our position on that. And we're not, you know, we're in business. We understand that the economy is doing it tough, and revenue to the government is critically important. But we're at a critical point in the juncture of this spirits industry where it can be quite a significant contributor in a value-added economy, and we're really supportive of that.
Yes. So what would you say is the current level of awareness of Australian spirits in the international market, and what do you think that the Australian government can do to help support that? And with that, I'm talking about Austrade as well. Have they given you much support in getting into those international markets?
So, having lived in the United States for 5 years, despite all of the international recognition that we have for Starward, but also, you know, my peers in Sydney at Archie Rose, and of course the Tasmanians, there's very little awareness of Australian whiskey. And one of the challenges I think we face is that idea of brand Australia resonates very strongly from a tourism perspective. It certainly resonates very strongly from a food point of view, seafood, beef being the big ones, obviously. Yeah. But there's just zero resonance on a spirits level. Austrade have the best intentions, I think. However, they're not equipped at this point in time to deal with that. We've had instances where we've turned up and spoken to Austrade about some support, and often it's diverted to the wine team. And spirits and wine, particularly in how it's sold into markets and then sold out to the drinker, is very, very different. And so their level of expertise and understanding is narrow. So in the absence of a Spirits Australia, which might take some time, one quick win could be upskilling some staff within Austrade to be spirits focused. I know that the Australian distillers had some instances where they just kind of said we're fully tapped out in terms of resourcing, focusing on wine. That's our beverage that we're taking to the world. But looking to the future, I think having some dedicated spirits resources within Austrade to support those areas in key markets like Asia and the United States would be wonderful, or a good start.
Yeah. And with regards to your workforce, I know that yesterday you said that you had people from overseas. Are you having issues with skilled workers in Australia, but also in getting qualified people in on visas? What's the process like with that?
Sam.
Yeah, thank you. We mostly recruit domestically. We have a sufficient labour pool.
Yep.
The challenge is skills. There's a skills shortage in the distilling industry. It's a relatively new industry. So we've had to draw on people with a brewing education or a winemaking education background usually. But what we're in the infancy of is developing an education pathway for distillers. We'd like to get more support so that we can grow that program and really build a strong education pathway and skills for workers so that we have safe, smart workers, and with that we can continue to grow the industry. So it's a really critical piece of the puzzle.
Yep. And I think, like you said, with some of your equipment, you're getting that from overseas as well, because we didn't have the skills in Australia to actually make your distilling equipment. So, yeah.
Yes, we're seeing that change as the industry is growing, but it's happening very quickly. So again, I think that investment in training and development of key staff domestically is really important to help keep fostering that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I was just thinking then when we were talking about this morning, there may have been another presenter who was talking about how you're stealing their people, but Have you thought about, have you spoken with any TAFE or tertiary education about, a distilling, the possibility of doing distilling courses? Like in Queensland, there's a brewer's course we've seen at, I think it was Queensland University, that was well regarded and well done. Is that the sort of thing that...
So we've just commenced Certificate 4 and launched the National Distilling Institute. So that's been an initiative led by Australian Distillers Association. We've had one intake into that program. We really need to fund it more and support it more so that we can build, ideally, go from Cert 4 to ideally diploma and degree and beyond, and build the skill set. If we look at especially wine education and wine skills that are available in Australia, you can go to fantastic either TAFEs or universities and go all the way through and do a PhD. We've made one small step, but I think to continue funding that education pathway is critical to getting skilled people, upskilling and into the industry.
I was just going to build on to answer the question. We have incredible ingredients in Australia. We're already using that. We've used entrepreneurship and innovation to be able to turn that and convert that into world-beating whiskey, which is what we do and take to market. Our challenge is that we make more money in export markets than we do domestically. So we've found a way to work within the parameters of what we have to make world-beating whiskey, but we need to build demand overseas, and that's where we need more capability and resource to help open those doors. The reason we make more money in export markets is because we can price our product at a more reasonable level relative to our consumers' expectations there. And why is that? Because often the tax environment allows us to be more competitive there. So it sort of becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. We need more resource for promotion, because I believe with people like we've got here at the table, we can make incredible whiskey. We need more support promoting Australian spirits overseas. That will have a flow-on effect on creating bigger need for jobs, skills, training and natural resources that we've already got.
Within the Australian sector, and we had discussed this yesterday too, how do you go, encouraging people to drink Australian-made spirits rather than the imported supplies?
There is an enormous consumer groundswell to support Australian-made drinks across beer, wine and spirits. Amazing bartenders and store people, store staff across the country are recommending support local, drink local, and we even get leading edge restaurants and bars now that will only have Australian sourced drinks on their menus. As consumers discover the incredible quality that we make, they're more and more open, but Australian is often more expensive than imported, which sort of, in my mind, doesn't quite make sense either. So we need to work to create awareness of what you get when you buy Australian in spirits with those consumers, and once they try it, they stick.
Yeah. So do you think if you increased your volume of sales significantly in Australia, that the prices would stay level to what they are?
Scale certainly helps, and that's why we've been investing in putting down a lot of whiskey for ageing over the last 15 years. The problem I've got in running the business is the lack of consistency and predictability I've got on my future costs because of the indexation of costs in the future. So I've got increasing costs on my labour and raw materials, but also on the taxation environment. So that unpredictability certainly doesn't help. But if we convince more Australians to drink Australian spirits, that helps everyone.
Can I just add also on the capability front, we were discussing yesterday that I, through Oz Industry, was a recipient of Comet funding in a previous life, where I was a founder of ICT business, an e-learning business. And I know firsthand what that can do in terms of enabling and unlocking potential of an industry and a category. And I think there's a great opportunity with the Future Made in Australia Fund to think about targeting value-added food and beverage manufacturing. So this is kind of beyond Starwood now, just as an idea. You know, we've discussed the value-added opportunities we have as a whisky. I think that's pretty similar across all of that primary production into finished goods environment. And of course, I support the government's initial agenda on net zero kind of technologies and investment in that space as a phase one in that Future Made in Australia fund. However, I feel strongly, and I think after your hearings, you probably feel the same way, that food and beverage has a role to play in that Future Made in Australia fund. It has a direct connection to agriculture. We already have these quality credentials established, and they're very compelling. The points of difference that we have, particularly from the Starwood point of view, aging in wine barrels that no one else can do around the world, very compelling point of difference. I think that investment, and we've been sort of talking a lot about that, in capability, in developing skills to sort of make businesses more investor ready, to have the scale that we were talking about, perhaps even a food and beverage incubator like you do for tech companies, can have an immediate economic impact. Like, we have over 700 distilleries in Australia making great quality products. What could we unlock if we enabled them to kind of create some value-added opportunities? So I think that's another way, just coming back to problem solving, how do we pay for these things? We've got a fund ready to go that can kind of deliver immediate impact and get that multiplier of that flywheel happening quickly.
Yeah.
I'll just add one. Australian whisky has the potential to be as big as Japanese whisky or bigger in the long term. Australian whisky or Australian spirits, I believe, has the potential to be as big as Australian wine. And you just look at the impact that Australian wine has had on our country and economy. Here is a small, vibrant, up-and-coming industry that has all the hallmarks, that has that same growth potential. That's why we're so excited about what it could be. But it will be fundamentally requiring export market development.
Anything else? No. All good. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Much appreciated. You'll receive a copy of the transcript for any corrections to that transcription.
Right.
Good luck with it all.
I now welcome representatives from Pact Group. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Raphael Gaminda, Chairman of Pact Group.
Siobhan McCrory, Executive General Manager of Sales, Marketing and Innovation for Pact Group.
Andrew Smith, Executive Advisor, Circular Economy.
Terrific. Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make some opening remarks before we get to questions?
Thank you. So firstly, thank you for inviting me to appear before this committee and for the opportunity to make a short statement in what is an absolutely beautiful room. My name is Raphael Gaminda and I've been involved in the packaging and recycling industry for more than 30 years. I'm the chairman of Pact Group, a plastic packaging, reuse and recycling company I founded 22 years ago. I'm also the chair of Kin Group, which is a privately owned family office with interests in food and beverage manufacturing. With me is Andrew Smith, an executive advisor for the circular economy at Pact, and Siobhan McCrory, the executive general manager, sales, marketing and innovation at Pact. In my time in this industry, I think the last 5 years have been among the most challenging I've seen for a range of reasons. We've had a global pandemic, wars, severe weather events, shipping and supply chain disruptions, inflationary pressure and difficult economic conditions, all of which have impacted businesses in Australia, including my own. Despite this disruption, Pact Group has managed to continue to invest in infrastructure and equipment to build a circular economy for plastic packaging in Australia. With the support of a significant grant from the federal government, Pact is investing more than $75 million in new equipment and facility upgrades to increase the amount of recycled content that we can include in our packaging products. In the last 3 years, Pact with our partners Cleanaway, Coke and Asahi have received support from the federal government's Recycling Modernisation Fund to build 3 of Australia's largest plastic recycling facilities. Collectively, these 3 facilities represent a total investment of more than $250 million, and we have the capacity to recycle over 70,000 tonnes of post-consumer plastic. So, what does 70,000 tonnes of post-consumer plastic look like? It's equivalent to 10 million bottles a day. While we all work towards building a strong domestic circular economy, there's only so much that can be done without government regulatory intervention. We are pleased that Minister Plibersek has announced the government will introduce national packaging laws that will mandate minimum recycled content requirements for all packaging. That is critical if you want to create an effective circular economy where we turn the packaging consumers discard into new recycled packaging. I say that because up until this new legislation is in place, Australia relies on voluntary packaging targets and the goodwill of industry to make a difference. We need the new legislated framework now, and I'm somewhat disappointed at our pace, albeit I understand we are not the only priority and there's a lot to navigate in this monumental change for good. If the government and all of us get this right, we have an opportunity to make a truly positive impact on our environment by reducing the amount of virgin resins we rely on and divert more packaging waste from landfill, thereby contributing to an overall reduction in carbon emissions. I'll leave others to discuss the intricacies of how the new national packaging laws could and should be shaped. Importantly, we are not reinventing the wheel here. There are many countries that are already years ahead of us. This is, however, There is, however, one critical element that government must get right to ensure the continued viability of Australia's domestic recycling and packaging sectors. We must ensure that locally produced recycled material is not undermined by cheap products imported by businesses seeking to comply with mandatory requirements. Australia is a net importer of plastic packaging material, and that stuff winds up in our curbside recycling system. So markets for domestically produced recycled plastic must be prioritised. The high cost of production in Australia can result in locally produced material competing on an uneven playing field with cheap virgin recycled imports. To ensure a viable recycling system, get meaningful diversion from landfill, and fast-track our progress towards a circular economy, we need mandatory requirements for the procurement and use of domestic recycled content in all packaging. Demand creation is a critical building block in the circular economy. In conclusion, and pleasingly, industry, with the support from government, has already invested heavily in infrastructure to create a local circular economy for plastics. We need government to ensure that the new regulatory environment will adequately safeguard and grow our domestic recycling and manufacturing industries. Otherwise, Australia will fail to achieve its circular economy objectives. On that note, thank you once again for having us today, and I will now open the floor to questions.
Terrific. Can I start with, have you got any specific examples of the international success that you'd like to highlight for the committee?
Yes, maybe I'll ask Siobhan to talk about the UK experience, and maybe Andrew about some of the other European and US experiences.
So very recently we took our executive team to Europe and spent some time in the UK as well. You will be aware that they introduced a plastics tax which required a minimum content of 30% of recycled content, upon which is received by HMRC. What it means is if you don't include up to 30% of recycled content, you pay a tax as a brand owner. There's pros and cons to that system. Certainly in my time, obviously, having spent many years living in the UK, I've never seen as rapid adoption of inclusion of recycled content in packaging in my life. So in the space of 2 years, effectively, most of industry has converted at scale. It does, however, at a 30% threshold, put in an artificial ceiling, so no brand owner puts a gram above 30 in, really, because that discharges their obligation on tax. The European system is on many models, so maybe, Andrew, you could comment on Europe?
Yeah, in the EU there's a plastics tax imposed from the EU on the 27 member countries, and all the 27 member countries are doing something different. But basically they've gone to a form of what the industry calls eco-modulation, where sustainable design, sustainable substrates, recyclable materials, recycled content is rewarded and pays a lesser fee, and if you're not achieving those objectives, you pay a higher fee, so you're driving sustainable outcomes. So many countries are doing that across the EU, eco-modulation. Netherlands and Denmark were probably the best examples we saw. Another element was the container deposit systems in Europe. They're getting recovery rates in excess of 90, 93, 94%. Here in Australia, where we sort of hover around the 70%, and I think that's purely a function of economics. Here it's 10 cents, over there it might be 30 or 40 euro or 50 euro cents per container. So that economic driver is increasing recovery.
I think too here with the container deposit scheme, because it's new in Victoria, it's taken a while. I don't know how many people I know now where their kids are collecting and taking in, and that's their sort of pocket money type of things. I think, you know, as those kids grow older, we'll see more and more, you know, doing that. Like with when recycle bins first come out, everyone looked at them and said, "Oh, it's bloody silly," but the next generation come along and it was just a matter of fact, that people did just recycle automatically.
I think you're right. I think just to get that last 10 or 15% recovery really requires extra effort. Away from home, venues, off the street, that's where you need that additional economic incentive.
And if I could just add, I think Australians are great recyclers. So, if you sort of made a general statement, Australians are great recyclers. Unfortunately, over a long period of time, we haven't had the infrastructure to actually manage the raw material that we've collected.
Yep.
Now we've built the infrastructure to manage and reuse the raw material. And so, the next phase is, well, you need to create the demand for that raw material, otherwise the whole system falls apart.
Yeah.
Can I just ask something on that? So within regional councils and Rockhampton's the major town in my area, I know councils have been doing a lot of work with this, but those regional waste disposals, is the flow on of that getting to somewhere like you to recycle the rubbish that's there, or is that letting down the system a bit that it's just going to landfill?
I think regional areas have additional challenges. Far North Queensland, WA, wherever it may be, Central Queensland, the cost of freight, getting it back to market or getting it back to port can be prohibitive. So they've got additional barriers. So I think in that sense, those communities, those collection systems are more costly and they do need to be funded. They're more challenged.
I totally agree, because I'm very much into the recycling, but then I know people that put whatever they want into those recycle bins, and then the whole lot's gone anyway. So it just seems to be that I don't know how you do it. As you say, it costs a lot of money to send piles of rubbish basically down to here to recycle.
I mean, to make it real, you may have a bale of plastic, squashed plastic bottles that, as a bale, that may be worth $200 or $300 as a bale.
Yeah.
But it might cost you $400 or $300 to ship it. So
exactly.
What is the role, I guess, or what role is there for research and development in building a stronger recycling sector in Australia, particularly around food and beverage manufacturing?
So I think when we look at including recycled material back into packaging, it's not as straightforward as putting virgin in every time. So you actually need to have materials that are meeting the right specification to be able to re-include back in at scale. In terms of our own business, where we've looked at different skills like material science, engineering, quality professionals, we've gone from being waste converters into resin manufacturers, and that's a paradigm shift in terms of the skills you need to be able to produce something consistently at scale. As Rafi said in his opening, we're talking about tens of millions of bottles a day. When you're actually looking at homes for that material, you need to be able to include it. I think this is where some of the, when we look at some of the areas like Red Cycle, one of the reasons of the market failure was there wasn't enough homes and infrastructure to be able to include that at scale. When you're talking about soft drink bottles with our partners like Coke and Asahi, that's millions of tonnes of, certainly tens of thousands of tonnes of material to make that volume of packaging every year. So there's an important role in R&D. I mean, I think having science, structural scientists, engineers, material scientists, quality professionals, we call them green collar jobs.
I think just quickly to add to that, it's probably more in the more challenging materials, soft plastics, mixed polymers, multi-layer, heavily printed, those sort of materials. That's where there's a lot of research, development and new technology required to process that stream of packaging.
How do you think the overall packaging industry reacted to the voluntary 2025 national packaging targets and the national waste Policy Action Plan from 2019. What do you believe is the importance of package sustainability measures being mandatory?
So I think the result we've got is demonstration of how they reacted. So, you know, in the plastics world, as an example, the target was a 30% inclusion for PET and 20% for HD. Overall, we've achieved 3%. So I think that is testament to what voluntary targets can get. It takes an incredibly progressive brand to actually want to go above target, and there are a handful of great leaders who have really gone above and beyond and ahead of schedule to get there, and they should be commended. I think without the elephant in the room is the fact that it costs more often to include recycled material, and especially if it's food grade. And the reality is that many brand owners don't want to take on the cost impost. They've back-ended their work towards transition, and there's really two things that legislation will bring. One is a requirement for the inclusion to be able to place it on market. And secondly, we believe the penalties either for non-compliance or whatever the eco-modulation system is to level the playing field to bridge the gap between virgin and recycled content are really important, because without squaring away the economic position, it's going to be very difficult to get progress in this area.
Fantastic, thank you. With the effectiveness of regulations around packaging in Australia, the harmonisation, is that a big issue across states and territories?
Do you mean for waste?
Yep.
Yes, it is. You know, there's 98% of the population has access to curbside recycling, but out of the hundreds of councils, there's dozens and dozens of slightly different systems. So there definitely needs to be harmonisation of what's included in the bin. There needs to be national education and marketing promotion of those systems to increase the recovery. And to your earlier question about the national targets, the target for recovery for plastics is 70%. 1.2 million tonnes placed on market, 1.2 million, 70%, say 800,000. We're getting back less than 200,000 at the moment. So there's a massive job in education, harmonisation and getting the right products in the bin.
Well, one of the issues we have heard in the past is about different councils with different regulations on what goes in your purple bin, what goes in your yellow bin and that sort of thing, and how to get that.
Yeah, we're grappling with that right as we speak, with Victoria looking at standardising their curbside service. There seems to be a few anomalies in what they're proposing, so we're working through that consultation process now, because there's recyclable materials that are well-established pathways and sustainable systems that they're saying not to put in the bin. So, to your point, there does need to be harmonisation.
And the opportunity for more recycling, particularly around food packaging, that's something that comes up quite a bit. Is there sort of work being done on how to get a better return on that, so that, like, I'm thinking about plastics used for, I don't know, cheese and that sort of thing, which generally just get ripped off and thrown away. How we can look at strengthening that.
So certainly within the proposed or the legislation that's coming in with regard to packaging, design standards are one really important element. So that, in terms of that, should govern recyclability and what gets placed on market. I think, so that's kind of the start point of it, requiring the inclusion of recycled content, eliminating problem materials. So obviously that's part of the targets that are currently voluntary, but actually prohibiting placement on market of some of the more problematic. The other piece, I think, is then how does the recycling infrastructure get upgraded? So even as a packaging manufacturer, we look globally to see what's possible. Some of the items that are deemed non-recyclable in this region are recyclable in other regions, and it's really a facet of how the sorting and recovery facilities are able to handle them. So I think, you know, whilst we're upgrading the recycling processing facilities, which is post-collection, and the remanufacturing, we also need the MRFs and sorting facilities to upgrade as well to be able to handle new materials, and that's something we've done a lot of work on as we bring new products to market, getting the reviews done to show that and prove that they actually have value. And one of those areas for us are thermoform trays, where we can make new trays from old trays, but at the moment a lot of the meat trays councils would say are non-recyclable, when actually we would love that 30,000 tonnes, we would have it back and we would use that material back in food product.
That's a good example of a transition of an industry segment to a sustainable pack. There was a lot of protein meat trays, bakery, fresh foods and things in other types of packs, but there's been a real move to PET, which is very recyclable. So that's happened over the last 3, 4, 5 years. It's been a real positive move to a sustainable design, recyclability.
And the point I'd make is that if you introduce the packaging legislation which government is talking about introducing, it fast tracks all of these elements because it actually puts a sunset date on compliance. And so people start to move very quickly towards that sunset date. Yep. Whereas no regulation means, you know, people play all sorts of games and they have all sorts of different agendas. So, you know, what's clear to us is packaging legislation sorts out all those agendas and in a way fast tracks adoption.
No, I don't think I've got anything else.
Oh, good. Well, that went well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. You'll get a copy of the transcript to correct any matters of fact on it. But thank you so much for what you're doing, and thanks so much for coming in today.
Thanks.
So we now close the hearing and we meet next week, isn't it?
14th of August.
Hey? 14th of August in 2R2. Thank you.